Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, on the new space you're talking about recarpeting, do we have any kind of standard when we have a lot of traffic to the public that we might have tile or hard surface floors instead of carpeting?
Oh, definitely, Senator. We do have areas, like out in their main foyer, they will have like an LVT or ceramic tile, whatever kind of we're using as a standard base at the time. Within the work areas, typically it's your 2x2 carpet squares of a certain, density and weight to, uphold, so we do have those services available to us.
And that sounds like a good idea that at the end of 6 years, they'd have to recarpet that. Is that a standard practice that we have on new space too?
Typically, we do try to do that within revenue just because of the high volume of traffic that they get. It's also used in DCF offices quite a bit. It just depends on the lease because they're all, kind of different. But revenue does try to include those in.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Bobby. Committee, I think if it's okay with everyone, maybe we'll just go ahead and vote on each one of these as they come up, and then we won't have to go back. Is everybody okay with that? Okay. So I'd entertain a motion. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to pass the lease agreement with the driver's license examination office in Kansas City.
We have a motion, I have a second by Senator Francisco. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Pardon me?
Someone's online.
I
Okay.
said aye.
Okay, thank you, Representative Humphreys. Okay, next item we have is a presentation of the agency 5-year capital improvement
I
plans.
think there's a second piece here.
Oh, I missed one. Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one more for Great Bend, Department of Revenue. Does everybody have that? It should be right. Okay, thank you.
Please proceed, Bobby.
Thank you. My second presentation is for the proposed lease for the Kansas Department of Revenue Driver's License Examination Office in Great Bend, Kansas. The agency was in the county courthouse from June of 2004 until May of 2022. The driver's license, or the county needed space for its community programs, so the county used a termination clause in the lease, forcing the office to relocate or close. Barton County Community College has provided a temporary location for KDOR that BBC will need back by the end of the calendar year 2022. In January of 2022, KDOR and the Department of Administration posted an RFP to find suitable office space. The responses received were too expensive for serious consideration, ranging from $50 a square foot to $106 a square foot. The agency continued to search locally, meeting with various landlords and requesting estimated costs before finding suitable location at 3520 Lakin Avenue. The new lease is for 11 years for 1,125 square feet. KDOR is responsible for the renovation costs, but the first year of rent will be free. The second year's rate starts at $19.50 with an escalation each year until year 11, when the rate is $20.71 per square foot. The space will be built out to KDOR specifications, including an immediately adjacent motorcycle course to be maintained by the lessor. The new location requires more space than the office in the county courthouse, as the lease space from the county did not have restrooms or a break area within KDOR's offices. I am available to answer your questions, as is a representative from the Department of Revenue.
Thank you, Bobby. Questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should know this, but I don't. We have a driver's license examination room and service with our county treasurer in Riley County, and it's in the office space, which is in an office building next to the courthouse. So I'm just curious if that I just assumed that was the case for a lot of counties, if not all of them. Apparently not.
I would definitely say the agencies try to partner up, and if there is an opportunity to have space at no cost, since you're providing a service to the citizens, that community, the agency and Department of Administration tries to pursue that avenue. Obviously, if in this situation, unfortunately, the county was full and they needed that back for some community programs, so the agency was kind of forced to go out to look for outside space.
We also have a separate facility that's probably a couple miles away in neighboring Pot County, but used for the Manhattan community. And so I was just curious. So this was in the county building or the courthouse. But
Yes.
they're not going to have that. So they'll only have one.
Correct, Senator. And from here on, their closest locations would be Haze, about 60 miles away, or Hutchinson, 64 miles away. So this really was able to keep them a presence in the community and provide services to those.
And they only had one. They didn't have another
Correct.
facility. Okay.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Representative Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And looking at the KCK versus Great Bend, the base lease office cost $19.50 in Great Bend and $14.39 in KCK. Can you comment on the difference?
Supply and demand. I know it seems like the rates would be higher in the Kansas City, but because of the available office space, they are able to get better deals. The agency and Department of Administration went through the RFP process trying to get that. Then they went out on their own and did a secondary where they received rates in the same ballpark. I think there was one about $35 a square foot, another one for $60 a square foot, and then I think another one was over 100 is how the response is. So it does seem a bit off, like they would be reversed, but when there's these smaller communities, sometimes we're forced to pay a little bit of a higher rate.
I appreciate the explanation and the department's work upon finding the good rate in KCK. Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Hawk.
Just a follow-up to this, and probably had discussion about this over the years, but we have a lot of different state agencies located in communities around the state, and it seems like we're always sort of having some problem finding office space. Has there ever been any thought or study about combining DCF and some of the other services that we might provide statewide into one state office complex in some of these hub-type communities like Great Bend or Manhattan or whatever, and not have so many different office spaces spread out that we're sort of subject to whatever the going rate is and maybe don't get the very cheapest rate we could get?
That is a great question. We do look for co-location opportunities. Actually, this office, I did ask both DCF and the Department of Revenue if they could work together to try to work something out. But based on their needs and their format and the interview rooms, that the way they were set up at the DCF office, it was not going to be a possibility for this. Plus, there was not going to be a location for the adjacent motorcycle testing course. So that kind of ruled that out. We definitely do have opportunities around the state. There's an office in Haze where we have 4 offices co-located, different agencies. Obviously, you have to stick like agencies together. You wouldn't want to, stick agencies maybe like a parole or a Department for Children and Families, in the same waiting room. But we do have several offices around the state where we do look for those co-location opportunities. They can share the front space area, they can share restrooms, they can share conference rooms and break rooms. So we definitely do have some of those around the state, and we continue to look for those opportunities.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the KDOR driver's license examination office in Great Bend lease.
I have a motion. I have a second by Senator Francisco. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That was it, Bobby?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Thank you.
Committee.
Appreciate it. Okay, now we'll move on to the 5-year capital improvement plans. We'll start out with Department Administration and the KDHE Laboratory. Frank Berman, Director of Facilities and Property Management. Frank, welcome to committee.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. It's again good to see everybody. I'm going to be referencing our 5-year capital improvement plan, which you should have a copy of. It's the bound copy, kind of a yellow cover. I'm going to start on page 3, which again, just for a recap, it's our condition assessment report. It's something that we use each year to kind of establish a benchmark of where we're at in both making improvements to our facilities and also noting depreciation in specific areas. So we rate each building component. It's page 3. On that, and we try to provide 3 years of data there so you can kind of track below to see where those scores are improving or declining. And that kind of serves as, again, a baseline and a plan for us as we start to apply our rehab and repair funds to those facilities. It's of note, though, when we have not completed a project, we have not updated the assessment until the building is complete. So I've referenced our air handlers in multiple meetings. That's been a big initiative that we've taken. You know, we're 60% complete in both Eisenhower and Landon, but yet those scores still reflect either a poor or a deficient rating until we've completed that project. Next, I'd like to reference page 7 and start by, again, thanking this committee and this legislature for fully funding our rehab and repair fund request each year. You fully restored that the last 2 years, about $3.4 million. That money is used for all the unforeseen emergencies that can pop up in our Capitol complex buildings, as well as allows us to take on some of the larger mechanical maintenance needs that we have in our deferred maintenance. So on that list, you'll see some examples that I've provided of significant projects. For example, again, the air handlers, they're roughly $335,000 per piece of equipment. And so we did 6 of them this last year with some of the additional funds, federal funds, and the rehab and repair funds. I do want to mention that the challenge that we're running into, and you're probably going to hear this as a reoccurring theme from my colleagues today, is the availability of this equipment and material, and even sub-labor, as more and more construction and more product and money is going into the system. So, for example, I ordered 6 air handling units on for the second week of July, as soon as our money was available to us for fiscal year 23. Last year, we got those in February. This year, they're now shooting for May, and hopefully they're going to improve upon that. But what that does is create a problem for us because we can't change those out during heating season, which is the opportune time. So we're now behind the 8 ball, trying to stay ahead and trying to pre-purchase equipment. And sometimes you get the equipment, but you can't get the fans because the fans come from overseas or there's some other issue. So you can't tear it out till you have it on site. So we're trying to plan ahead. We're shooting for another 6 this year. We have asked for additional funding through the ARPA and Spark, potentially to reimburse us for these expenses, which would allow our rehab and repair money to go to other needs like elevators, carpet, and so forth. But again, thank you for the funding. We have no problem spending it. We're making tremendous strides with everything within our control. I also want to take an opportunity to speak to something, again, that I've had conversations with our colleagues about in some of our statutes and requirements specific to, like, our professional services. We have established a cap of $1 million total project cost. So if you buy 2 air handlers and you add your design fee, you've surpassed the $1 million threshold, which means you have to go out and go through about a 90-day process of shortlisting professional services. So I think it's time maybe to reconsider those limits. given the amount of work that's going to need to be done around the state, and maybe look at some of those other maybe obstacles or adjusting those limits within reason to make sure that we can still provide these quality services, professional services, and turn this work out to get that through. And some of those are simple things like metal buildings for KDOT. The price escalation has just took them above the $1 million, what used to be an $850,000 job. So I just kind of put that out there as the Department of Administration because we do see all of their capital improvement plans as they come through. So.
Yeah, Frank, real quickly, what kind of amount are you thinking?
It's been discussed even in $1.25 million or $1.5 million. I think $1.5 million is still an appropriate amount. Years ago, there was some hesitancy from the professional practices because they wanted to make sure that work was getting evenly distributed. That's really not an issue right now, and we partner with the AACEC of Kansas and the AIA. So we've had in these discussions. They go through a tremendous process to become an on-call for 3 years, but then we cap that dollar limit, and so we're not able to turn these prototype projects out in a timely manner. So I will leave that up to my partners to kind of put together a plan and present that, but we are certainly supportive of that in order to help facilitate.
Does that take a change in statute, or?
I believe it will. I believe it's currently in statute, and I'm happy to provide the background to legislative research on that. So.
Okay. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up on that, your first example was the air handling equipment, and that was such a large part of the $1 million. Is there any way to separate the equipment costs from the design costs and look at those to provide another way to look at that?
The design, I will tell you, I've separated out the installation. That doesn't reflect the install. That's just the equipment cost. And so there is some design that goes into specifying the unit to allow us to procure it through our procurement and contracts. So I think we've trimmed everything we can. It's just if you're going to specify and you had a higher limit, you could buy 3 of the same units instead of 2 or 3 bid events because we've set our dollar limit too low, if that makes sense.
The other.
Yeah, I was just asking, I mean, you're trimming out the installation, but is there a way to look at equipment costs versus design or engineering time?
Each agency is still going to have engineering and design ahead of the purchase. Now, they can design one for one cost, and you can use that as a multiple bid event. But they're going to have to do some kind of a upfront, and that would come out of most likely their R&R or their agency dollars available to them. It's the same pot of money. I'm sorry. I think it's, yeah.
Any other questions? Representative Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you may not have the answer for this, and I cannot jolt my brain to recall, but I was in another committee and they were talking about a similar statute cap, and it hadn't been adjusted in over 30 years. Do you know when this $1 million, or maybe staff would know or could get back to us, when the last time that was updated?
I want to recall it's been probably at least 8 years now. It used to be $500,000 for engineering, and it was $750,000 for architecture. And we moved it to $1 million total project cost for both disciplines or all engineering. Another thing to consider there, and maybe back to Senator Francisco's, is the threshold currently says total project cost. It would be cleaner to say construction cost because, in fact, you could add $60,000, $70,000 in design on top of that, which now brings you back under that or above that $1 million threshold. So it's just a matter of wording, maybe as we look at the statute or potentially changing that. So.
Thank you for that. And I don't know if that's something the committee would consider today to have a wordsmith work on that. Committee's consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I do have a couple more projects. So got on my.
Any other questions? Please proceed, Frank.
On page 10, I'd like to call out some specific projects involving our state print plant. The print plant is not technically considered under our capital complex rehab and repair. So they are essentially a cost recovery set up as they stand. But they've made significant investments in innovation of equipment out there. And on behalf of Director Buxton, I would certainly invite this committee sometime to take a tour and see what their capabilities are and what they provide the state. I mean, it's not just your legislative bills, it's checks, it's signage, it's a variety of things. Where we're lacking is in the infrastructure. Like most of our buildings, we've allowed them to depreciate and without funding. So what I've put on here are two specific requests, just to bring those to the committee and legislators' attention. First is the re-roof of the facility. It's been on our list for about 4 or 5 years. It's roughly $450,000. And the second, more critical, probably is the infrastructure. This is something I referenced last year. We had an outside engineering associate do a top-to-bottom assessment of the electrical, the humidity control, fire alarm and whatnot, and they came up with kind of the most critical and so on, and it was about $4.3 million, and that number there is now 1.5 years old. But it would have to be phased over multiple years in order for the plant to continue to operate and meet their obligations. So again, that's just additional information there to consider. And then the other one is a big ticket item. Typically, it would come out of our rehab and repair. We had estimated our window replacement at our judicial center here to be roughly $850,000, but we've seen 40% plus increases in glazing. So our numbers are coming in closer to $1.6 million. So we had to cancel that project for the time being. We didn't want to do half the windows and then bid out another event. You know, you need to do it all at one time. It's our last building on the campus that is in need of window replacement. So it is, again, kind of a special number, special request if we were to look at doing that. But I certainly would not have that within my rehab and repair budget at this time. And that concludes my comments specific to the 5-year plan.
Thank you, Frank. And I think your estimates on inflation are way closer than what we keep hearing at 8%. Any other questions for Frank? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two. One is just looking at the rehabilitation and repair funds from 2023 through 2028, and it's a consistent number. So I'm sure you've heard this from me before, but I think we are going to be looking at some inflation during those next years, and I hate to see us get behind again on building. So hopefully when you come back next year, we'll have been able to have more of a chat about that and look at what might be reasonable numbers for increase. The other question was just if you might have a quick update on docking. That's not listed on these, and I understand that an RFP has gone out, but
Yes, I can provide you with some general ideas of where we're at in the process and what's coming up. We would also be more than willing to come back about this time next month and actually give you a presentation on what's in the bridging documents. If you recall, the bridging documents are the design that's been carried forward for the last 2.5 years as we've worked through this process. This represents the full design now. It represents the full means and methods, the materials, the recycling, everything that's going into it. It's about a 180-page document. I wouldn't bring that, but I will bring a nice PowerPoint that would summarize and show you exactly what's being proposed. As far as the timeline goes, again, the bridging documents did go out to the 3 firms that have been moved forward in the process, and those firms are J.E. Dunn, Hutton, and McCown Gordon. Those firms will have about a month to review the bridging documents as they prepare for what will eventually be their interview, a scoring process for a best qualified selection. That will bring the design build firm on team, and that team again will involve professional architectural and engineering services that will then take our documents develop them into construction documents, and begin putting out bid packages to start the project. We established probably, at this point, it's looking like site mobilization should still occur in January 2023. That's when the fence will go up. We would expect that we would have a contract signed, and there will be things like asbestos abatement and other things happening inside the building before you start to see lots of other significant work. We are currently working with our partners in the Highway Patrol, making arrangements to get their facilities relocated by early next spring to minimize any traffic in and out of the facility. So that's a summary where we're at, and at this point, we'd still be on track for a completion date of July 2025, if not shortly before.
Thank you, Frank.
I was just wondering, is the plan now to tear down all the floors above ground and new construction?
Correct. In looking at the plan and working with our structural engineers and our consultants, it was determined that the most cost-effective and best structure and space would be to selectively demolish it or dismantle it down to grade level and then reconstruct 3 stories. So what you'll see in my presentation, maybe next month if I'm fortunate to be here, would be a 3-story building with taller floor-to-ceiling heights that'll be more in scale with the Judicial Center and the Curtis Building.
Okay. Thank you, Bobby, and we'll try to work this in next month.
I won't hold it against you. You called me Bobby. So
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Frank.
KDHE.
Okay. KDHE.
I'm pleased to get to share with you some slides that are in your presentation or inside your handout there of where we're at in our process with our new KDHE laboratory. Quick update on the timeline, and then I'll go into a little more specifics on the design. And I've got Director Myron Gonzalez here also from the lab who could answer any specific questions you have. So Clark Anderson Architects, who was the original programming consultant, was retained and contracted to start design services back in February 2022. McCown Gordon was selected out of about 5 firms that submitted and were interviewed. Their contract was issued on July of 2022. As of now, we meet weekly, if not every or twice a week, with both the architect and KDHE as we go through the design development process, final configuration of spaces, material selection, and continuous vetting of cost estimating and budgets, again, in this kind of uncertain market where contractors are trying to put their numbers forward but still cover themselves, just given the volatility. We would anticipate issuing bid packages for some of the long lead time items like generators, which are 42 weeks out currently on most projects. Within the next 60 to 90 days, these are long lead time items that we could procure as an agency and have ready. We expect site mobilization, fence around the site, December of this year. And we're still on track for a completion date of December 2024 for that to happen. In the weeks to come, we'll also start to see a better idea with these bid packages. Decisions had to be made whether we're steel or concrete. We're going with steel. Steel's more readily available. However, it's May is what it's looking like for steel, so we don't want to open the hole up too soon, only to be sitting around waiting for material. So again, you're going to see things starting to happen by the time you guys come back for this legislative session, and it'll be a pretty busy area over there for the 2-year period. What's reflected in the slide presentation there, again, is just kind of the siding of the building. Again, it's at the very south end of parking lot 4, the corner of Southwest 12th, Topeka Boulevard. You can see how it kind of lines up there with Topeka Boulevard and has a frontage and a main entrance that kind of frames the Capitol complex, creates a real nice view. Also provided some nice opportunities for the break rooms and some of their meeting rooms to have the Capitol view there. At this point, we're around 95,000 square feet, which is consistent with the original 100,000 square feet. We have cut that back to 95 and done a few things just again to try to keep this thing down within or closer to our original budget. We have also made the decision to eliminate the basement and move the mechanical and the field or mechanical and the operations to the ground level. And that was due to the neighborhood and some of the subsurface conditions that we had anticipated. And so we are not going to dig down and do an extensive basement. We're going to do a larger first floor, and then we are going to create a hardened space within that first floor as kind of an area of refuge for our staff. And so it'll kind of serve a dual purpose. So you can see there's kind of a shipping and receiving area there that's fenced, that faces the kind of the judicial parking lot. There'll be parking dedicated for the roughly 90 FTEs that'll eventually work in that facility. And then I'm not going to try to know everything about the lab, so I've included the floor plans just so you can kind of see how the engineers developed kind of a modular plan. And we've anticipated expansion space or surge space. We've learned a lot, obviously, through the last couple of years in what you could never plan for. So we've done our best in working with our plan, but that's kind of just a quick little review of where we're at in the design and concept and keeping that building consistent with our complex facilities. And again, Myron can give you specifics if you want.
Frank, you said you're not doing a basement because of the neighborhood?
There was a residential neighborhood that was all Lot 2 and 4 years ago, many, many years ago, okay? And so when they tore down those houses, they just caved everything in within their own basements, and they didn't remove all the rubble. So there was a tremendous amount of removal under the existing asphalt parking lot to start doing those excavations, which then were really elevating our cost, taking us way out of budget. So we ended up moving the mechanical rooms up to the ground level, which shortens the pipe runs, also reduced the cost of some of our mechanical equipment, makes it easier to get boilers and chillers in and out of the space. So we've had to make adjustments for both site conditions and for budget to still provide everything that they need within their facility.
So you're going to build on top of what's been caved in? I mean, that doesn't sound like a very good base to me.
There will be a base, a substantial base of anywhere from 3 to 15 feet, an average of 5, to provide adequate footings and foundations for the new facility. It's just we're not going to go down 25, 30 feet to remove all the rubble and build it back.
So the rubble is 25 feet deep? I mean, I would have thought these old houses that
You have to
they're probably were.
Sorry. You have to remove the rubble. You have to go a certain distance below what would be your lowest level, which would be your basement level. So you start to talk about a massive excavation over there. So
Maybe that's not the best site then.
I think it's a great site.
I mean, you're talking about all these issues. I mean, you started out with a basement. Now we're not going to have a basement, and we're making all kinds of excuses of why the basement's not necessary.
I think in the end, from an operations and maintenance standpoint, having those services on the first floor, not having to rely on an elevator or a jib crane is going to serve us better, frankly. So I was really in favor of an all-grade level over a basement. It presents a lot of challenges for us.
So why did we have the first one with a basement then?
Sorry, say again.
So why was we talking a basement then originally? If it was so much.
Basement was brought forward by the design consultant in order to keep a nice long linear building, 3.5 stories, 4 stories tall. It was never looked at beyond that. So.
Talking more spread out than linear.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Representative Long.
Frank, a couple years ago when we started talking about this being located south of docking, it was brought up to the committee that we didn't know if the lab would have a cafeteria or if the new docking would have a cafeteria. And then there was talk about building a pedestrian walkway over 8th or 10th, excuse me. 10th, right?
10th.
And I don't know if that's still in the plans or any of that.
No. So to answer your question, two separate answers there. We eliminated the pedestrian walkway once the building became a 3-story building. And as we also looked at how security would work and how we potentially would screen people coming in and out of that public facility, it still has a 300-person auditorium space on the 3rd floor. So we did not see a sensible means to take people and cross over and not be able to screen them or to control that. And frankly, the bridge was about a $3 million add to service roughly 60,000 square feet of office space. It just didn't seem fiscally responsible to do that without a garage or something else, some other amenity. So that's what drove the bridge decision. To your point on the cafeteria, there is a small food prep cafeteria space where all of Myron staff can gather. They'll have the ability to heat food and kind of a vending. The docking building 1st floor does have, I think, currently 3 different knockouts for food venues, for coffee bar, juice, sandwiches, those kind of things. We won't have a fry kitchen, but we'll have amenities there. So there's this encouragement to make that half-block walk up to the docking building for another opportunity to take a lunch or take a break for state employees. So it kind of all ties together.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as you're designing the parking lot, I hope there's some space for bicycle parking and also accommodations for public bus drop-offs. This is going to be a great place to work, and I'd like some great ways to get there.
Yes, we're working with the city of Topeka, and we have adequate bike stalls, bus drops, and to add one in, I'm adding electric vehicle charging stations as part of our initiative because I see in the future needing that ability to have those locations for either employees or even our fleet vehicles that we drive around the campus. I'm currently exploring moving to an all-electric vehicles, and so that's been incorporated in both docking and Myron's facility.
Mr. Chair, I was going to mention electric vehicles, but I'd like to not encourage charging at peak hours. So that's another balance we have to be aware of.
So you're talking about putting in charging stations?
Yes, again, I don't want to give you too much of the preview of what I'll show you next month, but the plan would be to basically eliminate our little Gator vehicles, all of our gas combustion engine vehicles. We're looking, Emporia State has electric vehicles, and there's money available, there's grant money available, other resources, so I'm exploring all those, but the opportune time now would be to put those locations in and have that footprint behind our building for service of our teams that are moving around the campus, as opposed to having a large pickup truck across the street or a whole bunch of others. So we're just trying to look at all of those things, not just for now, but for the next 5-10 years.
That's good. I appreciate you're looking forward, but you're talking maintenance type vehicles?
Currently, yeah, they're like the little airport trucks you see.
Right, but Marcy's talking about riding her bike in from Lawrence, and Tom's got his Tesla, so he's going to need to plug that in, and so I mean, are you putting some car ones in too, or not, or?
Yeah, in putting parking lot 2, which will basically with the landscaping, the reparking configuration, it will tie the KDHE building and the docking building together. So right now we're anticipating that we would have charging stalls at a midpoint somewhere in there that both facilities would have access to, or any state employee or visitor at that point.
So have you talked to Evergy or anybody to see about, I mean, do they even have enough service to bring in?
I have not gotten to that point, but I know that they have a substantial number of stations out in front of theirs, and they're usually full. So
I know, I'm just saying that.
We can partner with them. I'm sure that they would love to put their sign over there.
Well, what I've read is, you got to have the service like through the alleys and so forth in order to even, I mean, it's one thing to put them in, it's another to have electric going in them. And, it's kind of like Marcy said, I'd hate to come in here and have the air conditioner off because Tom's charging his car across the street. Because I don't think we have enough infrastructure at this time.
At this point, really, we're looking at
need to talk to them.
The infrastructure underground, the conduits, everything we need so that we don't go cutting through our parking lot 3 years from now.
Right, I understand, and I'm good with that. Okay, other questions? Seeing none, Frank, did you have anything else?
That's it for today.
Well, thank you, and we'll try to get that docking update maybe at our next meeting.
Be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do we need a motion on that one as far as? No, that's okay. That's, okay. Okay. So we want to adjust the schedule for the state fair. Okay, so we're going to move the state fair up next. They have some conflicts and a time frame here, so next we'll have up the Kansas State Fair. Brian Schultz, the general manager, and I believe he'll be on Zoom, correct? Brian, are you there? Hello, Brian? We can't hear you. Welcome to Webex. Hello, Brian. Brian, we can't hear you if you're talking. Make sure you're not muted. Do we have one from WebEx around? Or? We will, but no.
Able to hear me yet?
Hello, Brian. Are you there, Brian? Yep, Brian, we're not able to hear you yet. Make sure you're not muted.
Hello?
Hi, Brian. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me yet?
We can now. Thank you.
Okay, good. I had this problem last time too, and I don't know what it is with WebEx. It just doesn't like my system.
Welcome to WebEx.
Exactly. Thank you very much. I appreciate you changing the schedule to get me in. We're in the height of setup for fair, so thank you.
Please proceed, Brian.
Okay, so in front of you is our 5-year capital budget plan. As you can see in current year, we have several major projects that we're looking at doing, and those are the ones that were, and thank you very much for this additional dollars that we're able to put towards our capital improvements. You will see our ongoing maintenance, we have budgeted about $300,000. For roads and asphalt, we've got half of the $2.5 million that we're planning on using this next year for the first round of upgrading our asphalt. The $450,000 for the Expo Center additional repairs. That will be like our bathrooms, changing out our footings in the arena, some of the fencing. So that will be done after fair. We'll put that out for bid. The other thing is the grandstand repairs. Those were just finished here just prior to fair. So that's what that $150,000 is for. Also, as part of the monies that we were given, is 500,000 of that 600,000 for the air conditioning systems for the Oz Gallery and Centennial Hall. And then we are looking as also as part of that grant money, the 1,092,000 is for a PA system on the grounds, and that too will be bid out after fair time here. And then we've got two other projects that we're looking at: building a new storage building for our maintenance department. Currently, the building that they're in is in pretty tough shape and needs to be tore down, and it's located right in the center of the grounds. It's our old fine arts building. So we are looking to build a new maintenance facility right by our maintenance building. And then the last part is also part of the monies that we received from the state is the Bison Arena rehab and repurposing. Currently, we have sent out an RFP for an architect. And once we receive that, then we will, and we choose an architect, then we will be doing a structural analysis of that building to make sure everything is proper and ready to go. And then we will start our fundraising. We don't want to do too much upfront fundraising just in case there is a major structural problem and have to change some things. So, and then we'll be on board to raise that additional $10 million for the project that we're estimating.
Brian, I guess one question that I have on the public address system, that's over $1 million.
Yes, there is no public address system anywhere on the grounds here. And we need to install in the buildings and throughout the whole grounds.
So, I mean, how have you gotten by without having one for all these years? All of a sudden we need one.
Well, that's one of the things that scares the heck out of me, to be honest with you. When I took over this position a year ago, I assumed being in this type of a climate area with tornadoes and inclement weather that we would have had one. What happens is we work with the highway patrol, and they're the ones that have to run through the grounds with either megaphones or whatever to tell people to take cover or anything like that. So that is something, you know, or if we have an active shooter or if we have a lost parent, because kids are never lost, as we all know. There's no way of telling people about events coming up or anything like that. So that's why we need that PA system.
Thank you. And on the Bison Arena, so the plan is to fundraise in 24 and 25, is that correct?
Yes, and we're going to start that as soon as we get an architect in place and we get that structural analysis done on the building to make sure that everything is sound and being able to move forward with the plan that we've got in kind of in our minds.
Other questions? Seeing none, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Kansas State Fair.
We have a motion by Representative Long, a second by Senator Francisco. Any questions or discussion? Senator Hawk.
Just as a review, did we put 14 million in for those items in current budget year? In the budget this year, I'm trying to remember what we did in.
That money was allocated through the legislative dollars last year. Was $14.5 million that we were allocated.
Was some of that ESSER money, or not ESSER, but Spark type funds?
Wasn't
Not to
there
my
some of
knowledge.
that, Brian?
Not to my knowledge. No, that was out of the general budget.
I was just wondering with staff. It seemed like maybe some of that, well, maybe not, where we took some of the Spark money and allocated some of it out. I'm just, or, you know, I think ultimately it's been general fund money. I'm just trying to remember what we did. So, but anyway, I'm glad we did it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several of the individual project request explanations note the funding that was allocated from the legislature. So mill level and overlay, it says the legislator allocated 2.5 million. I guess we put $1 million in toward the public address system last year, and then the fair is coming up with the difference. So I appreciate those notes in those individual project request explanations.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Brian, thank you. Sorry about the problems with WebEx.
Not a problem. Thank you all very much. We'll see you Saturday at Legislative Day here at the Kansas State Fair. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you.
Yep, bye-bye.
Okay, we'll move back to our agenda, and next up, we would have the Department of Labor, Don Pomberg, Chief Fiscal Officer. Don, welcome committee.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. In front of you, you should have my 5-year capital improvement plan. And not a whole lot has changed from last year. One thing that we did do this last year was tuck pointing and cleaning of all of our buildings and some fresh paint on our buildings, which actually helped our window issue. So I've been able to push the replacement of windows off a few years. So that the start of that was supposed to start in this year, in 2023. But I've been able to, determine that we don't need to replace windows in 2 of our buildings and be able to move the replacement of windows at 401 down a couple of years. So we've bought ourselves some time with that. So our overall budget for 2023 includes continued renovations out at our Eastman building to make that space better usable for staff, and replacement of the boilers out at Eastman as well, and converting those from steam to hydronic. It's supposed to be better for the system. I don't know a whole lot about it, but that's what my facilities guy tells me. So, and then the next project that we have is to create a double entry door on the east side of 401 to have a better entry space for staff, because that's a staff only entry. And then the last project for this year is to seal and overlay our parking lots. So as we go forward in 2024, that will be the last phase of renovations at Eastman. So that will be the basement area. And that's really all I have for next year. And then you'll see as we move out in 2025, I've got some more replacement of air handlers at 401 and the boilers at 401. And then you'll start to see some just regular maintenance of our parking lots in 2025, and that's been recommended to do every 2 years. So in 2026, we have replacement of, in 2025, it was the AC and air handlers. 2026 is replacement of the boilers. And then we anticipate having to tear up and re-asphalt the parking lots at 401 because they can only have so many years of overlay. So we're looking at 2026 for that project. And then we have some really old cast iron piping in the plumbing system at 401, and we're looking at 2026 to have that inspected and potentially replaced. So then in 2027, you'll see that we've got our window replacement. So we've been able to kick that out for 6 years, which is great. And then replacement of our parking lot at 1309. So, and the replacement of our parking lot at Eastman happened, I think, 2 years ago. So we're trying to stagger those a little bit so that we don't have it all at once. Plus, it makes projects more manageable. And then finally, our last project is in 2028. And here we're done with all renovations. We're starting to really just get into maintenance and upkeep of our buildings. One thing that did happen this year is that we had a change of legal opinion in our agency on the funding for all of our capital improvements. So in the past 6 years, I think, we have funded all of our capital improvements out of our workers' compensation funds. And it has been determined by the current legal staff that we should not be doing that anymore, and it should be split. So therefore, I am asking for 60%, which is what our admin support staff is, 60%. I'm asking for SGF for 60% of the projects in each year, and then 40% work comp. We have some federal laws. It's federal grant guidance that does not allow for capital improvements be paid out of any of our grant funds. And as you know, most of our funding is grant funds. So our UI admin grant does not allow for that. And since USDOL has equity in all of our buildings, we cannot charge that program rent either. So we've exhausted all what we can see as options for funding outside of requesting some state general fund. So in 2023, I have in my budget, which will come up, of course, next legislative session, I've asked for a supplemental budget request for my capital improvements of $792,000, which is 60% of the current year's projected expenses, and then $795,000 of state general fund in 2024. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
So all along you've been using these funds, and all of a sudden you have new council? Is that what this is?
Yes.
And they look at it different than the old council?
Correct.
I mean, and how many years have you done it with the current system? I mean, I've been here a long time, so it's been
Me
a
too.
long time.
Well, I took over in 2014 in my role, so it's been since then.
8 or 10 years. I guess this will be something we'll have to address when we do budgets. But it's concerning to me that all of a sudden somebody new comes in and we got a problem. But I mean, we don't want problems either, so it's
Right.
understandable that we look at both sides. One of the things you mentioned is tearing lots completely out because you can only overlay so much. I mean,
Yeah, so every time, it's my understanding, every time you overlay a parking lot, you put, that much more asphalt on it. And at our parking lot at 401, my maintenance guy took me out and showed me, you can actually see the different layers of that asphalt. And you can only get so thick, and it's currently about that thick right now.
it seemed to me the thicker the better.
You would think, but it does still break down underneath.
Is it a possibility of bringing a machine in and grinding it down and then relaying what you ground up like they do on the highways?
Possibly.
I mean, I think we ought to look at all the options here. I mean, if we're going to continue to spend, $250,000 for tearing it out, it seems to me like looking at your budget, a lot of it's parking space. That and windows.
Yeah. Well, the parking lots, nothing's been done to them for many, many years, so.
Any other questions, Senator Hawk?
Just curious, we're looking at the modernization of our unemployment system, our computer system. Is that going to have any impact on your 5-year capital budget planning? Will that change how we're organized or the facility in any way? I'm assuming we're going to do cloud computing, so we don't need to have a big space for a server, I'm assuming, but are there going to be any other adjustments we'll be making in the way we look at our facilities once we get this modernization completed? And I'm guessing that's another 2 or 3 years.
It is. I think right now, we have talked about what that is going to do for our staff, our buildings, all of it. But I think it's too early at this point to be able to know. We've only been working with the vendor since June. So they're doing a lot of gap sessions at this point and a lot of the design. So there's really no way for me to know that at this point. But I hope so.
So are most people back in the office working, or are we still working remotely?
Most people, we implemented a telework policy, but everybody is back in the office a portion of the time. Most people work 2 days from home and the rest of the time in the office.
Because I'm still getting a lot of complaints that no one answers the phone over there, so I figured nobody was there.
Oh, people are there.
So there are 2 days a week or 3 days, you say?
Usually, well, I'm not sure what the call center's doing because they're in a different building, but I know every time I go over there, there's people in the call center. But I know that they have implemented a telework policy, so even though that they are home, they do have access to log into the system and be on the phones all day.
And I'm just following up on Senator Hawk's deal. I mean, if that's the direction we're headed, maybe we don't need as large parking lots. I mean, maybe when you redo this, it needs to be half the size.
Possibly.
I'm just, it rang a bell when he said that. Well, maybe we don't need all that, so. Senator Francisco, you had a question?
I did, but I appreciate your comment about the parking lots, especially if we're going to that reduced work schedule or some of it at home, because I'm assuming it's different days that people are in the office.
Right.
But I also appreciate your taking note of the windows. And can you give us an idea of how much that cost you were able to put off has saved us in this capital improvement request?
Sure. So the 1309 has very small windows. We estimated $150,000 for those. And since we don't have to replace those, that's saved. Eastman has more windows, but less windows than 401. We estimated $300,000. And those don't need to be replaced either now. So $450,000.
And thank you for the 60% you saved the state.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Kansas Department of Labor.
We have a motion by Representative Long and a second by Senator Francisco.
I'm thinking we should get some other people with their names here in the
that's fine.
minutes.
I just thought you wanted to, somebody want to second it? Representative Osley, seconds. Any further discussion? Senator Hawk.
I do think it was interesting that we just had a different legal opinion in terms of whether we can use work comp money or need state general fund money. We're fairly conservative in terms of how we spend our general fund dollars. And I'd just be curious next time you come back to us to see how other states manage their capital expenses and if they're allowed to use workers' comp and if there's any other federal guides. I don't know if we get guidance from the Treasury Department, and certainly during COVID and spark things, we get different guidance every day, it seems like, but it would seem reasonable to me that maybe that, since that's one of the larger things that we do, that we should be able to use worker comp money to keep the facility functional. And there may be other legal reasons that we're not aware of, but I'd certainly like to challenge that a little bit. And so I don't know if we put that in our notes or if you just hear it and we look at that.
I think, you know, staff could look into how maybe other states are doing this, which they will for us. And then if you could do checking on your side, and
Absolutely.
we're all just trying to do our best. And if we can save some money, that's what we want to do.
Agreed.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Don. Next, we will have the Department of Wildlife and Parks. And who do we have on my list? We have Steve Adams. Steve, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I have two different lists of notes here, and I had to find the one with your name on it.
The department appreciates the opportunity to appear before the committee today and discuss our future capital improvement efforts. Obviously, infrastructure is critical to the mission of the agency and provides some of the basic opportunities for the public to utilize outdoor recreation opportunities in the state and support the good people that work for the department. You will recognize many of these capital improvements as boating access facilities, park amenities like campgrounds, utilities, restrooms, wetland management infrastructure, infrastructure associated with our state fish hatcheries and the offices and buildings that the public utilizes and our staff work in. And I do want to mention that similar to a previous conferee, we continue to see challenges associated with changing prices and availability of materials and contractors to implement our capital improvement projects. It's just simply something we're going to have to deal with for some period of time. Today, I'd like to focus on our FY 2024 highlights. We are requesting projects in 15 different categories from 16 different funds, totaling $22.9 million worth of work. That is an increase over last year, and it reflects the availability of additional federal funds that have become available to us and our need to catch up on some obligations that we have to perform to create some infrastructure in specific programs. That funding is split somewhat evenly between state funds and federal funds. There is $11.1 million of state funds, largely from licenses and fees included in this request, and there is $11.8 million of federal funds from 8 different programs or federal sources. The most significant change in federal funding comes from 4 federal programs. Wildlife restoration. Wildlife restoration is a program that the department and all of our counterpart agencies across the nation receive an annual allocation from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This past year, we had a significant increase in the amount of money available in wildlife restoration, and that is reflected in this capital improvement as we try to address existing needs. Sport fish restoration is the next program. In sport fish restoration, we are required to dedicate 15% of that annual allocation to motorboat access projects. And due to a series of events, flooding in 2019, pandemic in the previous few years, we're a little behind. We need to catch up to meet that obligation, and that's reflected in the increase in that program that you will see. Also this year, we have $500,000 available from the Bureau of Reclamation for parks projects and $500,000 available from the Corps of Engineers that did not exist in the previous year, so you will see that increase. To briefly touch on some of the program highlights, under Parks Major Maintenance, you will see an increase of $1.55 million for capital improvements, and that does reflect the $500,000 from each from the Bureau of Reclamation and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers that is made available. And some of the targeted efforts in general are going to include electrical upgrades in campgrounds, a new or completely rebuilt campground at Milford, upgrade major maintenance at Tuttle Creek, and continuing flood repairs from 2019 as we continue to try to deal with the aftermath of prolonged high water. Under Fish and Wildlife Major Maintenance, you will see an increase of $1.2 million over last year for a total of $6.2 million total request. $700,000 of that will come from wildlife restoration and $650,000 from sport fish restoration, the programs that were mentioned previously. Some of the targeted efforts under Fish and Wildlife Major Maintenance are replacement of storage buildings at a number of locations, primarily at public lands locations scattered around the state. The need for new and renovation of fish hatchery infrastructure, Shoreline Stabilization project at Cheney Reservoir. It's a location where there is a significant amount of wind-generated erosion on the shoreline, so we periodically need to deal with problems there. Replacement of water control structures and renovation of some wetlands at Maridazine Wildlife Area. We need to rebuild and upgrade bison pens, fencing, and water wells at 2 locations where we have bison located in the state. And then various roads, parking, shoreline improvements for fishermen, fishing jetties, and shelters at state fishing lakes. Under Wetlands Development and Renovation, an increase of $2.15 million. $1.65 million of that is from wildlife restoration, and that is going to focus on major repairs, replacements, and upgrades at multiple locations scattered on public lands throughout the state. Shooting range development would be the next program. There's an increase of $900,000, and that is from federal funds. There's a total of $2.1 million and spending authority being requested. That would be $300,000 from Wildlife Fee Fund and $1.8 million from Wildlife Restoration. The availability of those federal funds is tied to the increased apportionment from Wildlife Restoration. Similar to boating access, there is a percentage of that is dedicated to hunter education. And the shooting ranges are proving to be very, very popular where we are able to complete those. In FY23, at the moment, we are completing a significant amount of work at both Hillsdale and Fancy Creek. Both of those projects should be completed very soon, hopefully within this month. In FY24, our next major project is to begin renovation of the shooting range at Cheney Reservoir. And we're in the planning stages for subsequent years, looking at locations where there are needs in northeast Kansas and north central Kansas, where there is a significant distance between population centers and available shooting ranges. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's completes the remarks I had prepared, and would be glad to entertain any questions that you have.
Thank you, Steve. I guess one that I had was on this bison pens and fencing.
Yes.
$62,500 plus $187. I mean, that sounds like some major stuff going on there.
It is. It's a significant project, and it's long overdue. If you are familiar with bison, it's much different than handling cattle. Sure. A very different animal and much more difficult to contain. So the facilities to safely handle that so that our staff can handle them safely, the animals are safe, and the public who might be nearby are safe, require a significant upgrade. And we are intentionally pursuing.
So where do you have the bison at? You have several locations. I know, do you have the ones in Haze?
We have, I don't think we have the ones at Haze. I may be wrong about that. We have a bison herd and Garden City. We have one, I'm forgetting the name, Maxwell Game Preserve in central part of the state. And we have a very small demonstration herd in the Pittsburgh area.
And these are on Wildlife and Park property?
Yes, they are.
And, I mean, how many are we talking? I'm just
I don't
curious.
know the current number. That changes yearly based on the available forage and obviously production from that year. I can get that number for you, but
Just curious, I mean, are we talking 1,000 acres putting fence around, and are we talking quarters, or are we talking what?
Of the demonstration herd at Pittsburgh, I think we're talking about a small area, probably 60 acres. Don't hold me to that number. At the other locations, they are significantly sized, but the majority of those efforts are going to be in the actual handling pens when we bring the animals in, either for vaccinations or for sales. We do sell surplus animals every year. And so those facilities need to be up to specifications.
And it's, the other thing, I'm glad to hear that you're upgrading some of these campsites. I mean, I go to some campsites, mostly in the West, so I haven't been here, but it seems like more and more and more people coming in to use those campsites, and I think upgrading them is a great idea.
Thank you. It's long needed. In many locations, we're really dealing with 1960s technology and infrastructure that we're trying to replace with infrastructure that will support modern needs. And as I mentioned earlier, one of those is electrical upgrades. The old design for campgrounds was a 30 amp service, which a modern RV far exceeds what that will provide. So as we continue to work through that, we need to upgrade to provide what will support those units.
Glad to hear that. One other item, I'm just curious, on 2024, your land acquisition, you got 400,000. Do you have a particular area you're already sited in or working on, or?
I don't know exactly what the status is, but I do know that staff have identified a couple of parcels that they do have an interest in. I don't know if a final decision has been made on that, but the 400,000 is the standard request the department has had for some years.
I knew that. I just wondered if you had anything particular in mind. Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You triggered a thought on my part on campsites. Some commercial campsites offer broadband, and it's usually terrible. Have we expanded our campsites to have broadband access for campers anywhere in Kansas?
I don't know that we have done that on a large scale basis. In some locations, there is internet available, although we face the same infrastructure issues in terms of availability that everyone else does. And when you are in a remote location, sometimes that's a little bit magnified. But long term, that certainly is a demand from the public and something that we will need to address in future years as the availability allows us to.
With this federal infrastructure plan, do the feds offer any matching funds or incentives to expand broadband in our state camping sites? And I don't see that they're doing it with some of the federal sites, but I only camp at one or two of those. And
that is certainly something the department is interested in, and in the recent information that has become available on federal programs have looked at, and we are exploring. I don't know what the status is in terms of where we might fit into that mix, but it is something we are looking at.
Good. I sure think it would be great for us to certainly have that on our radar and to be able to make that more available to campers if we can do it in an affordable way as we look at the other broadband expansion that we're doing.
And the camping public would certainly welcome that.
They sure would. So thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I appreciate some of the comments under bridge maintenance that show that KDOT is taking over some major maintenance and the Department of Wildlife and Parks is matching with ongoing maintenance. For that and for cabin site preparation, I'm hoping you'll think about what escalation of costs might be in future years, because we can't just say $200,000 is going to cover that fair share of ongoing maintenance through the next 5 years.
Thank you. That's a very good comment, and there are many other areas where we're going to face the same issue. Costs are simply higher than they were in the past.
Any other questions? See, Senator Hawk.
I had one other one, and I do want to compliment Parks and Wildlife. I'm on the wildland fire task force that the Secretary of Ag, Mike Beam, has initiated. And I don't see anything in here in terms of what you all have done, but I know you're a critical part when we have certain wildfires that occur. Is that somewhere in your budget? And do you have capital expenses with that as you use UTVs and some different things I've seen when we've had some of our tours around the state? Particularly, I think you guys were very helpful with the Hutch fires and doing some of the, keeping it tamped out once it got tamped down and doing some of the firefighting on that. So,
To my knowledge, the equipment that we have used when we have helped respond to those fires has been equipment that we have already had on hand for our own use of fire as a management tool. And we do have a significant number of our field staff who have gone through training associated with wildland fire and with controlled burns, the use of controlled burns. So we have a lot of staff on that. I don't know if there is anything currently included that is specific to that. I can get an answer on that for you, though, and would be happy to.
thank you. I'm just pleased with the cooperation that you all have with the Kansas Forest Service and your local firefighters. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, should we wait on Representative Bosley, or should we go ahead and vote? Better wait, yeah. Well, thank you, Steve. Appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I think we'll vote on this when we get it representative back. So I think we're ready for the School to Blind. John Martello, Chief Operating Officer. John, welcome to committee.
Good to see everyone again. Chair, committee members, they are passing out 2 parts to my presentation. There should be the 5-year capital budget, and then there should be a summary page that I'm going to use to help get into the details. There will be a bottom portion also. Yes. And then at the School for the Deaf, it'll be exactly the same. I'll be standing for that agency also. I will start off on FY23 because I am asking for some supplementals in our budget request. I'll be using primarily this sheet that has the yellow, the green, and then on the back, sort of the magenta. If it's okay with the chair, I could start?
Yes, please start.
Okay. So School for the Blind, looking for 2 supplemental requests, one for HVAC. Pretty much like every presentation this morning, HVAC is delayed, it's expensive, and I'm no different. And so I do have a supplemental request for our breezeway, which is what's connecting most of our buildings on campus, into a foyer setup with secure sides, and cooling it is part of the project. And so I'm asking for $119,820. And then I'm also asking for a $100,000 base rehab and repair adjustment, and it's for this fiscal year. And it really comes down to not just the cost of things, but also trying to retain people. We have one maintenance position for that agency for the entire campus, one city block. And so I have to outsource a lot, and outsourcing when inflation is high is not a good combination. So because of that, I have to adjust my request for this year as $100,000 to cover those outsourced costs. If there's no questions for FY 2023, I'd like to move forward on to 2024.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay. On 2024, the budget is broken down into 4 sections. So if you look on this, you'll see at the very top, it is safety security systems. It's budget unit 8130. And that's really what keeps our schools safe regarding safety, security, and such. And then the next section is HVAC. And then the next one is my major rehab and repair, the things that just keep the schools open. And then I have renovation projects on the very bottom, which gets into the specifics. So this is the summary of the 5-year capital page. However, this gets into the details, which I'll go over right now. So I'm asking, in addition to the base amount, $100,000 and $1,872 for maintaining our security network. So our fire system, our tornado system, our intruder alert system, our secure gates, all the systems that are listed here run on a network, and those servers every now and then have to be updated, the switches, the routers and such. And so this is part of that, just keeping that critical infrastructure going. And most of that equipment lasts 3 to 5 years, and we're past that. So this is about the time. Next is $955,750 for HVAC systems. And I do have highlighted in yellow a special note I want to make a point of when I'm done with this part. There are 2 parts to this. There is the Vogel building, which right now is cooled by AC units that you would have in your windows. It's old, and it's not the way to cool a building, especially with the heat that we have. And that's $318,750. And that would make that building start phase 1 of upgrading to that to a modern HVAC system. And then I have an accelerated timetable, which is to replace a 46-year-old piping system that is actually showing its age. I was going to have the work done in FY 2027, but then this happened, and now my 47-year-old piping is failing prematurely, so I have to move it up. So right now we're doing Band-Aids. This building has pretty much everything new. Electrical's fine, roof's good, new cooling system is just the piping's the bad. It's the last part of the building. It's the Achilles heel. And once I get that done, you won't hear me talk about Johnson for a long time. But that's the $637,000 that I'm asking for, which bundled together comes to the $955,750. Now, all these funds that I'm talking about come from the State Institutional Building Fund. We're a school 2 schools actually, that get the special funding from that fund. However, I have asked for Spark reimbursement through the Spark Committee for all my HVAC projects, not just this project, but all the ones going out, to the tune of about just $2,770,000 for Spark if they were to do all my HVAC units, not just this, but the future ones out too. And I know the committee is going to be meeting next week, and I'm hopeful that maybe we might secure some funding through that. If that is the case, this will go away. I will readjust my budget request, and this amount will then be reimbursed not through the State Institutional Building Fund, but through the Spark federal funds. So that's my hope. Next is then adjustment of rehab and repair for FY24. Just like I asked in 23, the 100,000. This one is 141,000. And as Senator Francisco has pointed out, that you should always adjust for inflation or cost of living increases and such. And I have done that, and it is reflected throughout the 5 years through this budget. And so I am asking for 141,000 to, one, maintain the base increase of 100,000 I asked for to my current base, and then adjusted by 15%. I know material costs actually exceed that, and labor costs are supposed to be 8%, so I talked to a consultant, and somewhere we settled on 15. Whether that's true a year from now or halfway through this year, I do not know, but I had to pick something. So 15 is what I settled on for now. I'll adjust accordingly as time progresses. If you flip over the sheet, then we get on to the security perimeter fencing. This is the last phase. This is something I've been going after for several years now, and that is to replace our old chain link fence with actually a modern, secure fence that can't easily be climbed. And this is $318,250, and this will finish the campus having a perimeter secure fencing. Next is electrical service modifications. As you heard some other presenters talk about HVAC and electrical and all the upgrades, and so we're no different, and this follows suit. And this would be for the Irwin building, which is where we have most of our critical safety security infrastructure. The DMARC for internet and such all comes into that building, and so that is what we're asking for. That is the base request that builds in, and then I have remodeling, major building renovations, and then private-public projects. They are the ones that are in sort of the magenta. So we have the Brighton Elevator. You heard me talk about it last year. We do it in phases just because I have to do all the work in the summer because we're a school. I can't just shut a building down in the middle of a school year, so we have to do things sort of through logistics. And so we secured $283,235 for the first phase, and I'm asking for the remainder, $400,969 for the second phase, and these would be done over the summer months, which would then straddle 2 fiscal years. So the project would actually be one continuous project, even though it's being done in 1 fiscal year, and then in FY25 would wrap it up. And that way it would be done if all things work as planned before the kids arrive by mid-August. And then the last item on your list is the track stabilization. We do have a track. The track was a joint venture between the Lions Club of Kansas and the school, and it was dedicated in 1994. It is in need of repair and various services, and we have raised $232,500 through grants and donations, and I actually believe that amount has now increased by another $25,000 since I wrote this. So we are actively soliciting private donations. However, we're 50 short, now it's 25 short, and we're just hoping to have matching in kind of $100,000 to deal with some piering we need to do with a hillside that's on the track, and that would be the state's contribution for matching funds. That is FY24 request. Any questions?
Any questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to get my numbers on this sheet to match up with your numbers on your thing here. So I see on your last 2 items, those are broken out, the 400, 969, and the 100. But I'm trying to figure out where your other items are.
The difference is my base. Those are the things that I normally spend on just for keeping those systems running.
So what you have on this sheet is your base.
Base and enhancements.
Is in addition.
And these are the enhancements broken down.
Except for those last 2
Because those are actually special remodeling projects or private-public projects that I really wanted to
But
break out.
the yellow and the green ones are not in here. Is that right?
They are in here. They're broken down.
So they're in the total,
They're in the total, along with the base.
and this is just breaking them down?
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because the devil's always in the details, and I wanted to provide it all to you. So that way you could ask me any question you had.
There seems to be a lot of little devils around these days. Thank you.
All right.
Questions? Representative Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for bringing the details. On the security perimeter fencing, the
Yes.
318,000, how many linear feet are we talking and what kind of fencing?
It's one city block. I don't know the actual linear feet, but it's one city block from State Avenue to Washington Street. It will encompass a pedestrian gate, a vehicle gate, and then the rest of the distance. And it sits between our track and a street that's by Big 11 Lake.
You said we're getting away from chain link that could be climbed easy, so what are we reinstalling?
This is the faux black straight wrought iron look. It's not as easy to put your feet into and climb over. We've had experience with that, unfortunately. And it's
I'm guessing
more modern
6 feet in height.
ish.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you. Is your fencing to keep people out or to keep your students in?
Out.
Keeping outsiders from coming?
Keeping the outsiders that we do not invite out.
Okay.
We do have security perimeters, we have cameras, we have locked doors, we have access control. We make sure our campus is very secure. And so when someone comes on campus, we're aware that they're there, but we want them to come through particular areas, like the cars through gates, pedestrians through pedestrian gates. It helps with our security to know who's on campus, what they're up to, where they're going. So on campus, it's pretty much a normal campus, but we just don't want anybody just wandering in.
How big a problem is that on a day-to-day basis?
On a day-to-day basis, not an issue, but when it does present itself, it's an issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions? Seeing none, if you'd like to proceed on with School of the Deaf.
School for the Deaf? Yes. One last thing for the School for the Blind before I move on. If you do want to come out to our campus, you are always welcome. I know this committee was out at the two schools not too long ago, but we do have a 5K run/walk. I'm worth a walk. And it's on September 24th, Saturday. I do have some information if you happen to be in the area or want to look at the school. Glad to have you out that morning. This is how we raise money in addition to other ways. So.
Thank you. Appreciate the invitation.
Next, you should have something very similar to what you just looked at for the School for the Blind. This would be the School for the Deaf. You will have the 5-year capital budget, and then you will have an explanation with the details of the enhancements that build on top of the base. On the sheet, you will see yellow. I'm only asking for one supplemental request, and it's exactly the same issue at the blind school, and that is adjusting for the rehab and repair. On that campus, I have 2 FTE that work in the maintenance and rehab area, and this is to augment the increased cost for that, $100,000. If it's okay with the chair, I'll move on to FY24. Okay. On FY24, under my rehab and repair budget unit 8108, you will see that I have 4 items that are enhancements to the base. First one is building on that adjustment for FY23 of the 100,000 plus another 15% increase. So it gets another 48,786. So for a grand total of 148,786. Next is the Fultz Gym wall stabilization. One of our gyms that recently the Big 12 has given us a lot of money, and they actually were part of redoing the floor, and through a grant is now starting to show that the floor has got some separations by one of our doors in the south southeast corner, and it is separating, we're noticing. And so have an engineer out there to look exactly what is causing it, to see if we need piering, and if so, what type of piering, how much. And right now, the estimate is $160,000 just to get that one corner to be stabilized and not let it pull away from the rest of the building. It is what it is. Next is dishwasher replacement. It's a 15-year-old dishwasher, and it's time for it to be replaced. And with that, we're looking for $132,250 to go ahead and replace it and actually go to an electrical heat system, trying to move away from some of the current heating methods. Next is the Roth electrical service modification. With that, it means more demand on electrical, so we need to upgrade our mechanical room with phasing out some electrical services to the more modern electrical systems and service systems for $230,000. Next is $124,340, which again is for the maintaining the safety security network on that campus. On that campus, it's a little bit more robust in that we have a lot of lighting as our notification system. So in addition to the normal announcements, we actually have lights that will indicate the type of fire, tornado, or intruder event. It is more robust, and with that, there are more more components that need to be replaced. So the cost of that's a little higher, but it's in the same keeping as the School for the Blind. Last item on, if you flip the page over, is $566,950. That's HVAC systems. And this would be the last phase of our Fultz Park Build Your Student Center complex. It's really 3 buildings in one. They were built at different times, and so this complex is very difficult in regards to how to upgrade anything. And so we attack it through phases, and also allows us to keep the school open while we do the work. So that's sort of the logistics juggle. And this too has been submitted for Spark reimbursement as highlighted in the yellow. And so I'm again very hopeful that this could go away in my SIBF 5-year capital budget request. And then the last is the magenta. And these are the remodeling major building renovations or private public projects. And that would be in our Emory Elementary building. That would be a commons area. Really, our carpet is fairly worn, and we also need to replace some vinyl tile in entryways, and then it needs a fresh coat of paint to make it look like the rest of the building in good shape. And it's amazing what a nice coat of paint can do to a building. And then the last thing is the dorm remodel, phase 1. We do have residential facilities on campus, and I would like to approach this by having $250,000 doing our east wing and the Roth of the dorm, and there's 3 levels, and start doing this in the months of June and July. And again, we'll just do the phases in FY25 accordingly. This is my summary of FY23, FY24 years. If you wish me to go into the future years, I can, or this would wrap up my summary.
Anyone, Representative Alcala?
Motion to approve the funding.
Okay, does anyone want to hear about the 20? I think I think you've done a great job here, and I think we're confident. We have a motion to go ahead and approve, and we have a second. Second by Representative Long. Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
Okay.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And one last thing, School for the Deaf. We also have the Old Settlers Parade this weekend on Saturday in Olathe. If you happen to be down there, we'll be in the parade. And again, this is our outreach endeavor on that campus.
Thank you, and thank you for what you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Committee, we need to also go back to the wildlife and parks, and recognize Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the 5-year capital improvement plan for Department of Wildlife and Parks.
We have a motion, a second by Senator Hawk. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. David, you have a little information that you found for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was able to kind of track down that statute that Frank Burnham referenced earlier this morning on the Department of Administration's on the $1 million threshold. That is when total cost of a project for construction of a building or for major repairs or improvements to a building for a state agency is expected to exceed $1 million. The Secretary of Administration would have to convene a negotiating committee through the State Building Advisory Commission. They'd have to prepare a list of at least 3 and not more than 5 firms for that would be qualified to serve as a project engineer, architect, or land surveyor for such project. That threshold was last amended in 2015 from it was for $750,000 for architectural services and $500,000 for engineering or land surveying, and that was raised to that $1 million threshold. So I believe that would be if that would be the statute he was referring to that may need to be amended or raised, in his opinion.
All right, thank you. Committee, we are going to break for lunch, and after lunch, we will start out at 1:30. So with that, we are recessed till 1:30. Okay, we'll call our meeting back to order. Next item of business we have is the Adjutant General's Department, Ken Weisser, Director of Public Works. Ken, welcome to committee.
Last year, you probably remember me wearing a uniform, but last time they let me retire, so I get to wear a suit today. He did want to make sure that he appreciated the opportunity to give you the 5-year capital improvement budget plan that he's on his way to DC today. Go ahead and start with the second slide, which is the outline. Here's what we'll talk about for the next few minutes. We go to the
If we go to the next slide, it's the fire suppression system. So the first thing he wanted me to convey to you is thank you for the dollars to be able to do this. So the fire suppression system, we went in and installed systems throughout our readiness centers across the state. You can see that we had about $1.4 million in state money, and then the federal government matched that with 75% of their share. We're 99% complete on those, and the only thing we're waiting on is there's a few fire panels that we had to replace. So we're just waiting on those to come in, just supply chain issues like I'm sure most agencies have. But we do appreciate that, and our facilities are in much better shape now. Next slide is our installation status report. So what that will do is give you a quality score and a function score of our buildings. So this is actually reported back up to National Guard Bureau, which is where we get our federal funding from. So if you think about effective and efficient, the function is how well does the building function with the mission set that we have in it, and then the quality score really relates to what kind of shape is the building in. Is the roof good, the doors good, windows, and things like that. So the quality score actually improved from last year. So last year, about half of that graph was black, which is failing. So through all your efforts with the appropriations that we've been given, we've actually improved the quality score. So the failing is actually at 0 now on the quality. The function still needs some work, but definitely want to thank you for your help. Next slide is the rehab and repair. So you see that that really does the day-to-day business of what we do. So when we think about the rehab and repair and deferred maintenance, you can think of that as, you know, kind of the daily grind of light bulb fixtures, things like that. And so the rehab and repair, that's what that money goes to. You can see we've provided a kind of a definition of what that sustainment dollars, what we spend that on and what we do with that money. And then, so this next year, we've got Dodge City, Augusta, Concordia, were some of the places that we spent a fair amount of that money. So the next slide. This is just the kind of, again, on the rehab and repair and deferred maintenance. These will just be some pictures that we've got just to kind of show you what we have out in our communities at our armories. So site security, one of the most recent projects that we did was at Fort Leavenworth. So the entire east side of that campus, we didn't have any security fencing between our property and the water plant that's next door to that. So that was one of the projects that we were able to do. So now that perimeter up there is secure at Fort Leavenworth. Given the fact that we just put in a new readiness center and a new barracks, that's important to us because we've had folks decide that they want to come on our property that shouldn't have been there. So that was a good project for us. If we look at the next slide on the exterior repairs, this is a picture of the Kansas City Armory. So quite a bit of that was we had spalling and we actually had concrete falling off the side of the building. So we went in, we were able to redo the stairs. If you look at that top picture, put in new safety railing. And so that's some of the project that we did there. You'll see a picture here in a slide or two with the interior repairs where we actually had the floor was sinking about 8 inches. And so we were able to go in there and fix that as well. So the next slide on the interior repairs, you can see that Kansas City, Kansas Armory picture. That was a considerable expense for us, but we felt that, you know, again, that building was sinking and we definitely didn't want it to cave in. So that's where we were able to go in, mud jack the floor and do those repairs necessary to make that building safe. And if you go back to the quality, that was one of the buildings that was failing. And so after we did that repairs, we got it from failing to at least in fair condition. The next slide is the interior. So this is actually a picture of Lenexa. We were able to get federal funds for that. So because it was a modernization project, that was a 75% federal, 25% state. So what we did there was we actually went in and replaced a legacy HVAC system with ground source, which is about 30 to 50% savings on utilities. And the other nice thing is we've got our star-based program there. So our engineers were able to go in and teach the kids about how ground source works to our younger STEM students that are there through star-based. So kind of a side benefit for that. But again, this is going to reduce our utility costs for that facility over the life cycle of the building. So deferred maintenance, if we look at the next slide, that's really our projects. So the maintenance that we didn't get one, it gets deferred, and we'll roll that up into larger projects. Typically, that's anything over $25,000. And so what we've got is our studies that we've talked through before, and those will be Kansas City, concrete, and erosion. We had the Augusta Armory floor, Colby Armory walls, and then the Kansas City HVAC system needs replaced there. But you can see the list of projects that we're planning in 2023. So the next slide is energy resilience. So we have an installation and energy water plan that's required that the federal government paid for. So that helped us define what our critical infrastructure is. And so how do we make our buildings more resilient, especially in today's climate with some of the bad actors that we have out there. So this is just a picture of backup generation. So if the grid goes down, we'll have power, but that really includes power, water, gas, water, and wastewater services. So that's just one of an example of what our energy resilience looks like. And we've specifically picked at least one building in each one of the KDM regions. So that way we've got critical infrastructure backup in case of an event where KDM would need to use our building. The next slide is the Joint Force Headquarters Military Construction. Those bids actually closed last Friday. So we're working through the award process now. So we've already sent the request in back to National Guard Bureau to send the funds for that. And so that will start, probably do the groundbreaking within about the next 30 to 45 days out at Forbes Field. And so that'll be about a 59,000 square foot facility. The nice thing about that being on Forbes, it's on federal property. So when we look at our O&M, operations and maintenance costs, it's 75% Fed, 25% state versus 50-50 if we built it on state land. So that was one of the real drivers, is how do we reduce our costs over the life cycle of that facility. So the next picture, that's just a rendering of a building, but the Haze Readiness Center. And again, thank you very much for helping us get that one through. So right now, the status of that is we've got requests for proposals for both realtor services. By statute, we've got to bid that out, and then for the design services. So the intent is we get our designer on board to help us with site selection of where we put that Haze Readiness Center. Next slide would be the Great Bend Field Maintenance Shop. That was 100% federal, so we were able to go back to National Guard Bureau. Most of the facilities we have out west were built in the 50s, and the vehicles are much larger than they were back in the 50s. So this will actually add 3 standard size maintenance bays to our facility there at Great Bend. So the next project is the Salina Energy Resilience Program. So there's another funding stream that we've been able to tap into, and it really talks about not just resiliency, but conservation. And so this will actually put in, what you see here is the ground-mounted solar array, but we had a ground-mounted array, we have a canopy-mounted array, and then it also went throughout the entire campus and put in low-flow fixtures to help save with our water costs. But again, that was 100% federally funded, and you can see that we're through the ground-mounted and working on the canopy-mounted solar array now. But really, the desired end state for this building is it's going to be net zero. So we're really hopeful that we've produced enough electricity that during the day we won't have a utility bill for that facility. The next slide is the Smoky Hill, the fire support facility. So through the federal government, we're able to procure 4 pump trucks to help with our firefighting capabilities out in Salina at the range. So those all came to us 100% fairly paid for. And so we went in and requested the support facility. So this will be where we'll store those trucks out at Salina at the range. So in the event that we have a wildland fire, we'll have the capability to be able to handle that. And then the last slide, you've seen this before, but it's the KDM. So appreciate the design fee or the design money that we have. So we do have an architect on board, and he's got a sub-consultant to really work on the capabilities piece for the Emergency Operations Center. And so over the next 6 to 9 months, that'll be in design as we determine what capabilities we need and how we're going to incorporate those into our building. So pending your questions.
Questions? Senator Hawk.
When you get this new KDAM facility, what will you do with the one that you're currently using for operations when we have disasters?
So the State Defense Building is where KDM is at now in the basement. So this will be basically to modernize that building. So we won't build a new building. So there was a different course of action that we had to build a new building at Forbes that was twice as much money. We felt like, based on our engineer studies, that the State Defense Building is a good building. It just needs modernized. And so for half the cost of a new building, we'll just modernize the one that we have.
That's still $20 million, right? 20
Yes,
million.
that will do both floors.
So a new building was going to be 40-some million?
Yes, sir. And that 20 million also includes, sometimes folks will come in and then you've got a building and then it's empty. So this would include all the furniture, the fixtures, all the IT equipment that would be needed. So this is a turnkey package. So the money that we ask for is a turnkey package. It won't be coming back to say, well, now we've got a nice building, but we can't use it because we didn't ask for the money to make it usable.
And $5 million was spent on the design portion? Is that?
1.6? 1.6.
So what was the $5 million in 23's budget? What was the rest of the 3.4 going to be spent on?
That money, we didn't get that money, so the money that we got was, so that really represents when we would need the construction dollars, ideally. So the 1.6, the design services, you all have already appropriated for us. So this would be where we see the construction costs land ideally, is that first year would be about 5 million and then 15 million that follow-on year.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to see the work that's being done on energy and water efficiency, and I know our military is a leader in those efforts. So when you're looking at the Salina Energy Resilience program, do you have any battery storage for the solar array, or is it all going to be used?
Initially, we looked at battery backup storage there. We don't have any in this current project. We were limited on what dollars we had, so it was a conscious choice to kind of get after water. So what we did a few years back is we had another water project that we had done, and 40% of all the water that the Adjutant General's Department used was to water the lawn at the Training Institute. And so with our former tag and certainly our current one, we didn't feel that that was a good use of either taxpayer dollars or especially water out west. I know Salina may not be as far west, but so that was really the first thing that we did. And we actually won an award from the Secretary of the Army over that one. So the next thing to tackle was the building and put low flow fixtures across that entire campus. So battery backup storage is on the way, but just not in this project.
Well, again, thank you for that work, and Salina may not be that far west, but as much as we can keep the streams flowing because of our use of groundwater, that's important.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ken. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the 5-year capital improvement plan for the Adjutant General's Department.
I have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Francisco. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will have the Kansas Board of Regents, and we'll have Chad Bristow, Director of Facilities. Welcome, committee, Chad.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Billinger and members of the committee. Appreciate the opportunity to present our 5-year plans for the Regents universities today. I think if you're all, I don't know if you're looking at printed materials or PDFs, but you should all have a book and then a set of 11 by 17 presentation sheets. A couple of things to point out. The books, and this is based on feedback we received last year, but for the Regents institutions, these books only cover large capital projects over $1 million in total project costs. The 11 by 17s that you'll have referenced for the universities, we received some constructive feedback last year, and so what you'll see this year is a little bit of a reformatting and more information for small capital projects. So you'll see just a long list of projects under $1 million that hopefully can provide some insight into the types of projects the universities have underway. I'd like to start off just with looking at the KBOR 11 by 17 presentation sheet. And what you'll see here is just an overview of the State University Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative, which has gotten off to a momentous start with the $35 million appropriation that Legislature provided for this year. It's coincides with the board's maintenance assessment for all the mission critical buildings, and it's just been instrumental in getting a good start here. So what you'll see on the left-hand side is a timeline and milestones, and I just want to really quickly walk back what's happened in the last few years to get to where we're at now. 2019 summer, the board determined that more focused attention needed to go towards addressing deferred maintenance. 2020, March to October, 2 major studies were undertaken. Hundreds of buildings, we call them mission critical buildings, but they're academic research and the buildings that are directly supported by that directly support those buildings. 2021, basically the feedback that came from those studies led to the development of a board policy framework. That main concept that came out of that is to establish a maintenance assessment. So for all the academic buildings, mission critical buildings, basically a 2% annual investment calculated off of the replacement value of those buildings was established. That's a pretty heavy lift to get to 2%. So an escalator was also approved by the board last summer to gradually increase the expenditures up to that 2% over 6 years. And then this April, we continued working with consultants at the guidance of the board, developed a series of guidelines that would supplement policy and just to try to create a more consistent processes, procedures, best practices that the universities might take into consideration as they develop more strategic approach to addressing the deferred maintenance and the maintenance assessment. And then finally, of course, as you all know, we kicked off FY23 with $35 million with requiring a one-to-one dollar university match, as well as a demolition fund. And at risk of jumping around too much, if you look in the bottom right-hand side of the front page, you'll see a list of buildings from all the universities that have had allocations from the demolition fund approved to date. Every university has one, save for Fort Haze, but they don't have one because they've been doing such a good job taking buildings down in recent years. So I'd also, just down the middle of the page, we've got kind of more of a substantive background, conceptual background of what the Facilities Renewal Initiative is. And I think everybody here knows that the Regents institutions represent a significant amount of the state inventory in terms of buildings. There's over 1,000 facilities in use as of the 2020 report, and about half of those are mission critical. So this Facilities Renewal Initiative really relates to a significant amount of the state facility inventory. Also, just really quickly say that Educational Building Fund, which is a $1 million statewide property tax levy, has been a significant revenue source for the upkeep of buildings over many, many decades. And what we discovered after taking the results of the studies in 2020 to ground is that we really need to be spending that 2% of replacement value. So the maintenance assessment represents a way to build on the EBF and get to a more substantive annual investment that can ultimately get the mission-critical buildings in the university system to a state of good repair over time. And if you flip to the back of the front page, you'll see, I think many of you actually have seen this, but leading up to December, this represents a series of progress metrics and performance standards that we can track progress of the facilities initiative year over year. We're presenting a university facilities report this coming January. There's a biennial requirement for report. We are now moving towards an annual university facilities report, and we will have progress metrics that are generated by tracking the information that's represented on this page, posted to the KBOR website in December for the board review and then prior to legislative session. So appreciate the time to just talk through that a bit, and then I'll turn to the book. The first tab is the Board of Regents, and in our 418A this year, we have the Educational Building Fund, the Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative State General Fund appropriation that requires the match, and then also the Building Demolition Fund. With that, be happy to try to address any questions.
Any questions so far? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the presentation and certainly recognize that it helps to have the facility guidelines and standards set. So one question I have is there anything that the Board of Regents has done to address guidelines as they relate to historic buildings on campus? And I think that's a particular issue as we look at demolition. And I know that that's, we want both those things. So just to have a process, does there need to be a public hearing? So is that in the guidelines? And if not, I hope that just mentioning it might encourage an addition of such.
Certainly. Thank you for that. It's not in the guidelines yet, but the concept behind the guidelines is it is a living document and will be updated, for topics specifically like this. So we will definitely be including that within those guidelines to establish processes and procedures that can be as diligent and comprehensive as possible.
Please proceed.
Okay. With that, we'll turn it over to Dana Cunningham.
Okay, next we'll have Fort Hays State, Dana Cunningham, Director of Facilities and Planning at Fort Hays. Welcome, committee, Dana.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Dana Cunningham, Director of Facilities Planning at Fort Hays State University. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to make this presentation. My prepared comments today will be brief, and I'll be working from the single-page handout, which depicts large capital projects recently completed, those underway, and those planned for the future. I'll be reviewing that information in that particular order. The reverse side of the page includes a campus map. Buildings which are highlighted indicate those where we have current projects underway in either planning, design, or construction. Acres Energy Center is a $2.5 million project which completed in May. This project provided for the removal and replacement of two 1,000 kilowatt diesel-fired generators. These generators are integral to our overall energy strategy, which includes incoming power from the local utility provider, wind energy, and generator energy. These two generators, along with the third 1,400 kilowatt unit, are primarily used to manage our peak energy demand during the summer months. This project completed on time and within budget. It was funded from rehabilitation and repair dollars. Regarding small capital projects under $1 million, the listed 12 projects are all complete or at 98% completion. This list is typical of past year's efforts, which includes work across the academic campus. The ongoing strategy is to disperse rehabilitation funds across as many academic facilities as possible, targeting areas of immediate need or of strategic value. At present, we have two large capital projects currently underway. The first is our Forsyth Library renovation project. This project provides for a comprehensive renovation of the existing 105,000 gross square foot three-level facility. The library has not previously experienced a comprehensive renovation in its 55-year life. The goal of this project is to transform the library into a 21st century academic library and learning commons. The final program statement has been forwarded to K-Board for review and approval. The project is currently in the designer selection phase. We hope to commence design work in October, with bidding taking place hopefully in December of 2023, followed by a 2-year construction term. The budget is $19 million and is funded with $17 million of federal funds, $800,000 of EBF, and $1.2 million university funds. The second project is a new football facility. The athletic department desires to construct a new 20,000 gross square foot facility to be located at Lewis Field Stadium. This standalone 2-story facility will house football locker rooms, restrooms, team meeting rooms, offices, sports medicine, as well as other ancillary support spaces. The project has completed schematic design and remains in the fundraising phase. This is a privately funded project. We presently have 13 small projects in design and construction. This collection of projects has a noticeably larger total value due to the increased legislative funding this year. You will note a number of projects take place in the Cunningham Gross Complex. This 320,000 gross square foot facility is the largest facility on campus. Our Gordian building report from the late 2020 noted there are a large number of building systems in need of repair or replacement there. This is a response to those findings. Looking toward the future, we presently have 3 large capital projects planned for the near term. The first includes an HVAC improvement project at Gross Coliseum. This project includes removal and replacement of existing ductwork, air handlers, and associated equipment serving the bowl area of Gross Coliseum. Equipment in this facility is all original to 1973 and is past its expected life cycle. This project will also include providing air conditioning to the bowl area, which does not exist today. This will allow for greater use of the facility during the warm summer months. This project was added in late spring due to ARPA funding, which made this project viable. A program statement has been forwarded to K-Board for review and approval, along with a request to modify Fort Hays State's FY 2023 capital project list. Current planning calls for the designer selection to take place in October, with construction beginning in 2023, concluding in late summer 2024. This is a $7.7 million project. Funding is provided through $5 million of ARPA funding and $2.7 million of university funds. The next project is McMindus Hall electrical improvements. McMindus Hall was originally constructed in 2 phases occurring in 1963 and 1965. Since the original construction, there has been no significant electrical improvements. This project provides for the complete replacement of electrical service, including new transformers, switchgear, branch wiring, and resident room wiring. This will allow McMindus to take advantage of the new 12,470-volt campus electrical infrastructure. Given the 178,000 gross square foot facility is in use year-round, it is anticipated work would need to take place over 6 summers in a strategic manner, which allows for installing the new system while keeping the old system operational until such time it is no longer needed. This $5.4 million project is funded by housing revenues. Design selection is take place in fiscal year 24, with the project continuing for 5 subsequent years. The Gross Coliseum parking lot replacement provides for the replacement of the 24-year-old asphalt paving. The existing pavement is in poor condition with significant cracking, which has been repaired on previous occasions. Work includes complete removal of all existing pavement associated with the 900-car lot and replacing it with new concrete pavement, as well as providing an additional 110 paved parking spaces and improving surface drainage. The current project estimate is $5.3 million and is planned to be funded from university funds. Programming is planned to start in late 22, with construction occurring during the summers of 2024 and 2025. Under the heading of future small capital projects, we have presently identified a number of projects for consideration. This is a very preliminary list of potential projects. A more definitive list will be developed throughout the coming months as we review our latest updated building condition values in October and begin to refine estimates. That would conclude my prepared statement. I would stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dana. Questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Forsyth Library renovation is identified as being underway both as a large capital project and also as a small capital project. How did you split that out, and what's happening at the library?
Well, since it rises above $1 million, it's considered to be a capital project. But because we were using some EBF dollars, inserting it into that, I included in the small projects as well. But it is one singular project.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Dana. Appreciate your presentation.
Right, thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the 5-year capital improvement plan for Fort Hays State University.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Representative Osley. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will have Pittsburgh State University, Lyndall Haverstick, University Architect and Director of Planning, Design, and Construction. Lyndall, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. Thank you for today's opportunity to present the capital improvement projects for Pittsburgh State University. My name is Lyndall Haverstick, and I serve as the University Architect and Director of Planning, Design, and Construction. And it's also my privilege today to bring you greetings from President Daniel Shipp, PSU's new president, who arrived in May. He hit the ground running, and he looks forward to hearing feedback from you and other constituents of the campus, especially the students and their families. You should have in front of you the referenced 11 by 17 sheet. In addition to our capital improvement requests. So on the double-sided sheet this year at the top is the list of the large capital improvement projects. Listed in crimson are those projects that are $1 million and over. Listed in gold are the what we are calling the small capital improvement projects. And on the back of the sheet is our campus map, and also aligning with the colors on the front, you'll find the large projects in crimson and the most of the other smaller ones in gold. All the projects on the map are on our approximately 400-acre contiguous campus. There are a few exceptions. Our Block 22 project is a few blocks north on Broadway. And again, if anyone would like to visit campus for the first time or come back to look at recently completed projects, please let us know. So we'll go back to the front sheet, and I will provide a brief update on the large capital improvement projects and then conclude with a few simple statements or generalized statements about the smaller capital improvement projects. So on the recently completed capital improvement projects, just before the weather turned warm this spring, we were able to complete the privately funded Weed HVAC project. And that was in time for graduates and their families to enjoy commencement in comfort this year. You may recall that the project not only added air conditioning to our field house, it also replaced the original HVAC equipment from that 1969 facility. The projects that are completely underway, currently underway in the middle column, they include our privately funded McPherson Hall renovation and expansion. This project features our simulation hospital as well as a number of deferred maintenance items in that existing facility. The project broke ground this spring, and it's slated for substantial completion in the spring of 2023. In addition to McPherson, we have a post in the Kansas Register for a design team to assist us with the first phase of our utility tunnel repairs. And we're also ready to relocate the one of the remaining Shirk Annex occupants to a recently consolidated office facility. And we're completing construction documents that will enable another occupant of that targeted demolition project to relocate within the next year. And then finally, at the bottom of that middle column, we'll reference the housing system maintenance and improvements line item. So we've hired a consultant to develop an HVAC and life safety study to bring our 1960s dining hall HVAC equipment and kitchen hoods up to modern standards. And this effort will dominate the housing system maintenance and improvements for the coming years. And then on the third column, for our future projects, I'm really only able to share that conversations about KELS and our College of Business continue, as do efforts for our outdoor track complex. So now the simple message about the small capital improvements projects listed at the bottom. Again, the recently completed projects, the projects that are currently underway, those are all actual budgeted dollars. The future projects, those are all estimated dollars. Simple message is this: all of these projects, what we've been able to accomplish, you'll see in the middle column, if the tally is even larger, and what we're doing in the future is larger yet. And that's thanks to the combination of the existing EBF funding, the added maintenance funding that we were able to combine with that, as well as the private dollars that are flowing through all of the projects that are listed on this page. You'll notice that we're nearly doubling the dollar figure of the projects that we are able to target between each of these three categories. The funding and the support make a difference that's visible on this sheet and a difference that's going to be visible on the campus in the near future. So I'll conclude by thanking you again for your continued partnership with Pitt State University and the opportunity to share the capital improvement projects. I'm happy to attempt to address any questions in the remaining time.
Thank you, Lyndall. Questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to ask about the campus small-scale drawing updates, because that was my job at the University of Kansas.
Would you like a side hustle?
Let me know. I'm free until January. Tell me something about, obviously, they're on AutoCAD or some, and how is that going to be helpful to Pittsburgh?
So we have a set of small-scale drawings for all of our facilities. It's been probably over 2 years since any of them have been updated. I'm a single-person staff at the moment, and so we've utilized an on-call who knows the campus to come in and update the small scales with the projects that have been completed, and also to walk some of the facilities that haven't been walked in a while.
I know how important it is to have those and how useful they are during planning and code enforcement issues.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, and thanks for being here. I notice you don't have a lot on the books for 25, 26, 27, 28. Are there some other kinds of projects other than the demolition of Shirk Hall that you're thinking about in terms of as technology changes? And I know you've been a leader in technology and some of the business things you're doing in terms of your community. So I'm guessing there are some things you have in mind.
There are
just not on there.
There are certainly some projects, and the projects that are on here are only those that have been run through KBOR for approval, or items that are possibly being targeted for work with our on-calls or will soon be going to KBOR for approval. As I mentioned, we have a new president at the helm.
Yes.
And there are all sorts of opportunities at the moment, and a couple of the things that are being discussed are strategic plans not only for enrollment, but also for the space utilization. And one of the reasons we're updating the small scales is in preparation for an update to our master plan, which will take place after Dr. Shipp has been at the helm a bit longer.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Lyndall. We appreciate your being here today. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the capital improvement plan for Pittsburgh State University.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Senator Francisco. Any other questions, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will have Peter Hoff, Director of Facilities Planning at Emporia State University. Peter, welcome to committee.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to be here. My name is Peter Hoff. I'm the fairly recent new Director of Facilities Planning at Emporia State University. And we'd like to thank the legislator in general for providing additional funding. I know the maintenance dollars have come in very handy in helping us with our maintenance backlog. Additional funding, coupled with the existing educational building fund, will allow our university to address campus maintenance needs more rapidly. So thank you again for passing that legislation. If you follow along on the 11 by 17 sheets for Emporia State, we have currently 2 large capital projects on our 5-year plan submission underway. They're in the top middle of the sheet. More central renovation. Project has a budget of about $8.5 million funded from multiple sources. $5 million from fiscal year 23 state general funds, along with capital renewal initiatives. $2.2 million in matching funds from Emporia State, and $1.3 million in carryover EBF dollars to address deferred maintenance in the existing building. This project is currently in the programming phase. Emporia State plans to relocate its existing Department of Nursing program from an off-campus leased facility, Cora Miller Hall, which is owned by the local hospital. Plan to relocate that to an existing building on campus, more central, which is a former housing dormitory, now vacated. So aside from a fiscal optimization of the space by reusing it and not leveraging, or relocation will reconnect nursing students and the faculty to the main campus. Currently, they're about 2 miles off campus, and there's not a lot of interaction. So it's not an opportunity to leverage that. This move also allows some consolidation of space and programming. It'll create state-of-the-art learning space for our students. It will enable a more focused and deliberate investment in interdisciplinary program technologies, such as healthcare, cybersecurity, forensic science, pre-medical programs. The priority of the space is to build capacity to enhance the nursing department. The use of the remaining space, there will be some additional space left over, is yet to be determined. It will be determined upon further investigation into our space optimization review. The project will also correct about $4.68 million in deferred maintenance through the building itself, and it will eliminate the prospect of Emporia State either taking on or walking away from 30,000 square feet of extra building to add to its facility portfolio by moving on to campus. The next one down on the list is Butcher Education Center raising. This project is budgeted at $1.4 million and funded from 2 sources. $1 million is from fiscal year 23 state general fund appropriation for demolition. An additional $400,000 from EBF funds, and that's for mostly the relocation of the existing occupants. This project is also in the programming phase. We are awaiting approval from KBOR. Butcher Education Center is a facility on Emporia State's campus. It's been on the campus master plan slated for demolition for several years now. $1 million state general fund appropriation for demolition will fund the asbestos abatement and the demolition, while the remaining $400,000 from EBF will be used to make modifications in other buildings on campus to accommodate the relocation of academic departments currently located within the building. Demolition of this facility will reduce deferred maintenance requirements by about $5 million. We'll reduce our campus footage by almost 36,000 square feet, and will improve space optimization in other existing buildings. If you want to move to the right column on the future projects and the large capital projects, next up on the top there would be King Hall, theater renovation and art addition. This estimated project is about is $4.8 million and is funded from various sources, $2 million from university funds, $1 million from private gifts, $1.87 million from EBF funds. This project will make significant improvements to the art and theater departments and will leverage donor interest. Based on requested improvements and identified deferred maintenance in the existing structure, it will combine art and most of the theater spaces from 5 different buildings around campus back into King Hall. This will require approximately 10,000 square foot addition to the existing space and will include raising nearly 6,000 square feet of other buildings in the process. ESU has started 2 portions of this project due to current conditions of the building and some time sensitivity. First, the HVAC fresh air improvements were necessitated due to accreditation requirements for the department to eliminate particulate matter and improve fresh makeup air. And 2, the King Hall Theater Deferred Maintenance Project. This addresses immediate HVAC and plumbing issues needed to ensure continued operation of the facility and improve safety for the understage support areas. These projects are listed below in the small capital projects currently underway. Will be rolled into this as a capital project later on. Next one is Welch Stadium East Side renovation. Project budget is approximately $11 million with funding to be determined. Welch Stadium is a 1930s WPA project with limestone walls, concrete bleachers supported by a steel structure. As a Division II school in a predominantly rural community, ESU leverages community regional partnerships to share in the use of the stadium and for overall cost effectiveness. Welch Stadium is currently host to the annual Acacia 6A state championship football game. Currently hosts Emporia High School's Friday night games, intermittently hosts the Kansas Shrine Bowl, and is slated to host the 2024 and 2026 NCAA Division II National Track and Field Championships. This project will address major structural issues from water penetration of the aging facility. Water has compromised the support structure. We've had structural engineers inspected and have recommended the replacement of the concrete and structural steel. Next up is the Health, Physical Education, and Recreation Building for a Sports Performance Facility Addition. This project budget is about $15 million with funding from private gifts. Several ESU alumni have expressed an interest in improving the athletics facilities for the university with an emphasis on the football program. Improvements planned include a new expanded multi-sport weight room, large auditorium-style team meeting room for up to 140 players, team and coaches meeting rooms, study hall, lounge, recruitment, alumni, and booster space with capacity of about 200, expanded football locker rooms and training areas, offices for coaches, staff, and students, and a game day tunnel experience. Reclaimed space from some of the former weight room and vacated space will allow for additional academic space to expand the athletic training program. The relocation of the coaching staff into the new addition will free up space for health, physical education, and recreational faculty and graduate assistants. Next one down the list is Welch Stadium West Side renovation. This project budget is $1.68 million with funding to be determined. Much like the east side of the stadium, the west side needs an upgrade. It is not the same vintage. It is newer. It is concrete slab on grade and fairly structurally sound. The improvements needed here are for ADA accessibility, widening some aisles to allow for handrails for the stairs up and down, replacing all the seating, and improving lighting with LED upgrades. And finally, on our major large capital projects is Stormont Maintenance Facility Upgrade. This project is budgeted at $4.1 million with funding to be determined. Stormont Maintenance Facility currently houses the operations of the facilities department, physical plants, shops, building maintenance. Excuse me. Initially, the plan was to build a new facilities building and move an academic element into the current space with our space utilization analysis and facilities condition assessments. And the fiscal realities, ESU has determined a more viable solution is to upgrade the existing stormwater maintenance center. Remodeling existing structure will create a safer and more efficient workspace for facility employees and campus pedestrians. This project will address approximately $2.5 million in deferred maintenance. As you can see from the rest of that sheet, we have quite a large list of small capital projects completed, underway, and in the future. All of these funded with EBF, New Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative funds, and private gifts. Projects noted with a caret near them or indicate Facility Capital Renewal Initiative projects. Private gift funds are indicated with an asterisk, and the remainder funded with EBF money. Currently, we have completed $850,000 in projects, have $4.2 million worth of projects underway, and $3.6 million of planned future projects for a total of $8.65 million. Two of the Facilities Capital Renewal Initiative projects are in the current project list, and 2 are future projects. ESU has 37 mission-critical buildings. This fiscal year, 3 re-roof projects were started and are currently underway. With the Facilities Capital Renewal funding, ESU will be able to address one additional re-roof project, being King Hall, this fiscal year, as well as some long overdue HVAC controls upgrades. The capital renewal funds will also allow the upgrade of 2 building fire alarm systems, increasing the safety of the occupants and reducing operational and maintenance costs. Emporia State greatly appreciates the additional funding and impact it will make on our campus by reducing our deferred maintenance. The map on the 3rd page of the materials indicates our buildings and notes in color-coded current, future, and recently completed projects at each building. As you can see, ASU has facilitated improvements in nearly every mission-critical building on campus in the past year. And with that, that concludes my information. I'd be happy to entertain some questions.
Thank you, Peter. You mentioned on the King Hall renovation that you'll be able to eliminate, did you say 6 buildings?
6,000 square feet. The art department
feet.
is currently spread out in several buildings on campus, and this will try to reconsolidate them into one place.
So 6,000 square feet, is that more than one building, or is that one building?
There are at least two separate buildings.
So 2, and you plan on raising them?
Raising or possibly reusing for other purposes.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Osley.
Seeing the difference in the Wells Stadium east side versus west side raises the question, which side's the home team?
That's a good question, because what I was told is the students were going to be on the east side again. They used to be, I believe east side was originally the home team. Many years later, west side was improved and became the home team. So it is still currently in better condition. But once we get the east side refurbished, I think students might be happy to go back there.
Thank you. Thank you for entertaining me.
I'm glad we got that. That's pretty cool, though. Yes. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Peter. Appreciate you being here today. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Peter. I move to recommend the capital improvement plan for Emporia State University.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Representative Osley. Any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will have Wichita State University, Emily Patterson, Executive Director of Facilities Planning. Emily, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Patterson. I'm the Executive Director of Facilities Planning at Wichita State University. Thank you for the opportunity to again update the committee on large and small capital improvement projects at Wichita State. As noted in the previous presentations, the first 2 pages in the handout detail projects that have been completed in the left column, projects that are currently underway in the middle, and future projects in the right. A campus map, current campus map, is included in the last page that highlights the location of the large capital projects on the Wichita State University 5-year capital request document. WSU has 2 large capital projects that wrapped up in 2022. Woolsey Hall, highlighted in blue number 1 on the map, which is the new School of Business building located on the Innovation campus. And the new pedestrian bridge, highlighted in blue number 2 on the map, located adjacent to Woolsey Hall. It has recently been named the Promise Bridge. Woolsey Hall is a new 3-story, 125,000 square foot building that is the home for the Barton School of Business. The building includes offices for the college faculty and staff, shared conference and study spaces, a multi-purpose room, cafe, 300-seat auditorium, and multiple classrooms with flexible learning, active learning options for students. It was very rewarding to see the students embrace all of the collaborative gathering options in the building when classes started last Monday. It already feels like a warm, vibrant learning environment that will attract students for many years to come. As presented in past years, we would like to update the committee on projects completed by partners and developers on the Innovation Campus. 2 projects were completed this past year. The first is Partnership Building 4, or P4, that houses NetApp. It is highlighted in orange letter A on the attached map. Also complete this year is Partnership Building 7, or P7, that houses the Deloitte Smart Factory, highlighted in orange letter B on the attached map. Besides the ongoing annual parking lot improvements over the summer months, WSU has 3 large capital projects currently underway. The first project is the National Institute for Research and Digital Transformation, or NERT, building that is currently under construction on the Innovation Campus and is highlighted in yellow number 3 on the map. The intent of this building is to provide lab space for research projects and industry collaboration projects in the field of digital transformation, with the ultimate goal of working toward better diversifying the Wichita economy. In addition to 7 flexible labs, the building also includes a flexible training room, a demonstration cybersecurity lab, a large data center for testing data storage hardware, and a thermo testing lab. The project delivery method for the 37,000 square foot building is traditional design bid build, and the project is anticipated to be complete in early spring next year. The Shocker Success Center project, highlighted in yellow number 5 on the map, is a complete renovation of Clinton Hall into a centralized hub for student success and retention on campus. The building was the former home of the Barton School of Business and will soon be the home of over 17 different student success units currently spread across 10 buildings on campus. The building's location is ideal for student success as it is located adjacent to both the Student Center and the library. The interior of the building has been intentionally designed to break down barriers to asking for help by providing a welcoming environment and easy wayfinding throughout. The central grand exterior entry stairs will be replaced with on-grade accessible entrances that not only provide a more inclusive environment, but will draw much more daylight into the building's core. The project will eliminate the deferred maintenance on the building with new mechanical and electrical systems throughout, a new roof and elevator, as well as the installation of a fire sprinkler system. The Shocker Success Center is scheduled to go out to bid just next week and is anticipated to be complete in spring of '24. Also underway, design is just beginning on the addition to the Marcus Welcome Center, which is highlighted in yellow number 4 on the map. The project includes an approximate 8,000 square foot addition to house the Shocker Career Accelerator, which is the Career Development Center and Industry Engagement departments, as well as a renovation of the interior spaces to provide an environment more in line with current campus aesthetic and branding. Housing the Career Accelerator in the same facility as university admissions will show prospective students the trajectory of their career as a Shocker, a future Shocker, from admissions through applied learning opportunities and post-graduation careers. This project is being delivered as a construction management at risk project and is anticipated to be complete by the end of 2023. I'd like to highlight the 5 future capital improvement projects that have not been presented to this group in the past. The first future capital improvement project is a renovation in addition to the geology building, shown in green number 7 on the map. This project was a result of a space utilization study completed in 2019 that highlighted the geology building as an opportunity for better utilization. Concurrent studies also identified the need for a major systems overhaul in Neff Hall that houses the Department of Anthropology and the Anthropology Museum. The project combines the Department of Anthropology and Geology into one building with an addition for the Anthropology Museum, which has more stringent temperature and humidity requirements and will address the building's deferred maintenance. The project will allow for the demolition of Neff Hall, which will also eliminate additional deferred maintenance. The next large capital improvement project, the Health Science Education Center, is a joint project and joint capital improvement request with the University of Kansas Medical Center. The project will house the WSU Health Professions departments and outward-facing clinics with the KU School of Medicine and School of Pharmacy Wichita and their outward-facing clinics, as well as the WSU Tech Health Professions classes. The project goals are to improve efficiencies, strengthen collaboration, and support interprofessional health care learning, fuel the talent pipeline with highly trained healthcare professionals who will help meet community and employer needs, meet community needs through improved patient outcomes, take advantage of the digitization of healthcare and healthcare education, diversify and support the prosperity of the Kansas economy through innovation and research, and overcome the endemic impacts of COVID-19 and prepare our healthcare system to meet future healthcare threats. A program statement has been developed, but we acknowledge that many project details and operational details will still need to be worked out over the next few months on this complex project. The project cost presented on the handout represents the anticipated WSU portion of the project cost based on square footage needs identified in the architectural program. The project is presented to this group pending approval at the September Kansas Board of Regents meeting. The next project presented today is a project to replace Cessna Stadium with a multi-phased project for a new university stadium. This location is highlighted with a green number 8 on the map. This project would replace the previously approved capital improvement project to demolish Cessna Stadium. Phasing has been developed around maintaining the spectator seating and other infrastructure required for the Wichita State track and field teams, as well as the annual Kansas State High School Track and Field Championship. It is anticipated that the project will be phased over at least 3 years with multiple bid packages. The project is presented to the committee pending approval at the September Kansas Board of Regents meeting. Just last week, it was announced that the National Institute for Aviation Research, or NIAR, received a $51 million EDA grant that will fund a new advanced manufacturing research building on the Innovation campus. The building is proposed as an 85,000 square foot, 1-story high research building, shown in the map as green number 9. The project is presented to the committee pending approval at the September Kansas Board of Regents meeting. The final future large capital improvement project is a renovation to the Woodman Alumni Center that is completely funded by the WSU Foundation. The main goals of the 18,000 square foot remodel are to unify the WSU Foundation staff on the upper level of the building to create opportunities for more collaboration between staff, provide natural light to additional workspaces with direct and shared daylight through the upper floor, and refresh the building finishes to be more in line with the current modern university aesthetic. The remodel would also include the addition of an automatic fire sprinkler system to allow the existing fire separation partitions to be removed so the building can be more open and connected in plan. The project is also presented to the committee pending approval in the September Kansas Board of Regents meeting. Because of time limitations, I'm not going to dive too much detail on the small capital projects that are primarily funded with EBF dollars. The projects are again sorted into 3 columns showing what has been recently completed on the left, what is currently underway in the center, and what projects are anticipated in the future on the right column. We are tackling the same sorts of deferred maintenance issues as other universities. The average age of the WSU mission-critical buildings is 44 years old. The rehabilitation and repair projects include ones to keep water out of buildings, such as masonry repair, waterproofing, roof repair, and replacement of roof repair and replacement, and window replacement, to HVAC and electrical system repair and replacement, life safety system and ADA upgrades, elevator repair and replacement, all the way to restroom repairs and refurbishment, as well as road repairs. Because of the current construction market, these projects have been significantly more costly over the past 2 years and have taken much longer to complete. It is important that we leave some funding available in the current year, as many of the projects would begin as system failures that need to be repaired or replaced. One thing I would like to point out on my sheet is that the projects that begin with the word campus are various in-house projects in buildings across campus. These small capital improvement projects are essential to maintaining a safe, comfortable working, learning, and research environment on campus. We do appreciate your continued support for these projects with the EBF funding. It really does make a significant difference in the quality of education that is provided at the university. Thank you again for the opportunity to update the committee on the projects at Wichita State, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Emily. I thought I read that you'd received some NIAR funding from the federal government also just recently. Did I read that
Yeah,
right?
so the project there for the new NIAR facility is the dollars that were just received. So $26 million of the $51 million grant will go towards this building.
That's why I wondered if that was part
Yes,
of
that was just announced last Friday.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Emily. Appreciate your presentation. Recognize Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the capital improvement plan for Wichita State University.
We have a motion, a second by Senator Hawk, and I think we'll have to wait a few minutes till Representative Osley returns. So we'll Yes, okay. Well, we can go ahead and vote on it then. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, Representative Humphreys. Appreciate your vote. All opposed? None? Okay. The motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will have the presentation by Kansas State University. Casey Lauer. Welcome to committee, Casey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Billinger, Vice Chairman Long, and members of the committee. My name is Casey Lauer, and I serve as the Associate Vice President for Facilities at Kansas State University. Thank you for your time this afternoon as I highlight several exciting university project themes which represent a new era at K-State under the leadership of President Richard Linton. I'm honored to be here with you today to discuss many of our accomplishments over this past year and to cover some exciting future projects as well. But before I begin, I want to thank you for your efforts to secure funding specifically for demolition, capital renewal, and your continued support of our Educational Buildings Fund. Like my peers, I will also be referencing the 11x17 handout, mostly on the front page and also the back map. So first, demolition projects, which are highlighted in the salmon color on your handout, represent an elimination of over $30 million of our deferred maintenance backlog, or nearly 7%. The university has received demolition approval for 3 buildings and is seeking approval for 2 additional at the September board meeting to accomplish an unprecedented 5 total buildings, 4 on main campus and 1 on the Salina campus. We feel this is just the beginning and will continue to examine elements of both deferred maintenance and space utilization by integrating these principles into our current strategic and upcoming master planning processes. And just a side note, 4 of those buildings were rated as an F in Facilities Condition Index, and 1 was a D. Using Edwards Hall as one of the demolition examples, which currently houses the Department of Environmental Health and Safety, the Department of Human Resources, and the Police Department, mindful plans are underway to strategically relocate each unit into existing mission-critical infrastructure with utilization gains of 36%, 17%, and 20% respectively. Each of those planned relocation projects can be found within the small capital projects section of your handout in the lower middle section of page number 1. Another notable initiative located in the same section of your handout is the planned philanthropic campaign to upgrade the condition of our general use classrooms to bolster utilization rates and to foster a higher quality learning environment for our students. We've selected the first 4 classrooms on main campus, which are predominantly utilized by the colleges of Arts and Sciences, Agriculture, Education, and Engineering, and 1 on the Salina campus, which converts a typical classroom into a virtual reality studio for enhanced learning in simulated environments. Theme number 2, capital renewal projects. The university chose to allocate about half of the $10.5 million directly to shovel-ready and strategic university initiatives, which are highlighted in blue on your handout. The processes for awarding the remainder is through a university-wide call for proposals, which allows the campus community to submit competitive proposals and commit to the one-to-one funding match required. Later this month, those proposals will be reviewed and vetted through committee with recommendations to senior leadership based on their alignment with several factors, including impact on enrollment growth, impact on reducing deferred maintenance, improving space utilization, and the net overall impact on mission-critical infrastructure. In total, 28 proposals totaling nearly $30 million were received from the campus community. Our hope is to have 100% of the FY23 capital renewal allocation under contract no later than June of 23 to demonstrate the need and continued support and to leverage momentum and interest amongst all of our campuses to improve our collective university infrastructure. In addition to the demolition and capital renewal allocation, thank you for your continued support of our Educational Building Fund. This funding is the university's primary source to combat the ongoing deferred maintenance backlog of approximately $430 million. Many recently completed and planned future projects with EBF funding are highlighted in yellow on your handout and impact mission-critical infrastructure across our entire portfolio, including main campus, Salina, Vet Med, and our ag research and extension sites throughout the state. Lastly, strategic projects. We are in the cusp of something special with our College of Agriculture, the state's economic prosperity plan, our industry partnerships, and our philanthropic supporters, all captured within our Ag Master Plan. Projects on September's board agenda are noted with an asterisk in the rightmost section of page 1 on your handout. Most notably, the board agenda contains an updated informational, agricultural, agronomy, and animal sciences master plan, which highlights over $400 million in ag research and innovation need. This plan charts a path forward for an immediate $125 million in both new and renovated space to achieve cutting-edge, collaborative, multidisciplinary programming to help solve the challenges and threats to our global food systems and supply. This month's board agenda also includes the first program for this exciting lineup and features a $25 million agronomy research and innovation center that is slated for a strategic location adjacent to the Foundation's EDGE district to leverage ag industry giants to further partner on research, innovation, and development. The campus map on page number 3 of your handout contains a green colored breakout for the remainder of the immediate $100 million need, which will be included in the November board agenda detailing renovations to Call Hall, Weber Hall, and to construct a new interdisciplinary global center for grain and food innovation to replace the dilapidated Schellenberger and feed technology halls, which are targets for future demolition. I would be remiss without highlighting KSU athletics. There are 2 notable projects currently being constructed. The first relocates volleyball and indoor track and field activities from historic Ahern Fieldhouse to a state-of-the-art indoor volleyball and Olympic training center located southwest of Bill Snyder Family Stadium. That project will be complete in June of 2023. The second replaces a much-needed indoor practice facility for the football team on the east parking lot of Bill Snyder Family Stadium with modernized facilities that will be complete this November. This has been a milestone year for the university in support and alignment with board priorities. We are committed to further embracing these strategic initiatives to redefine and rethink what it means to become a 21st century land-grant institution, weaving deferred maintenance, space utilization, and mindful investment and divestment into our strategic planning principles, which will serve to significantly shape our 2023-24 Campus Master Plan update. Thank you again for your continued support, and go Cats.
Keep turning this off because I was afraid it was interfering, and I keep forgetting to turn it back on. So Casey, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Questions? Senator Hawk. Surely, he's got to have.
I'm still working on this. On your $150 million for College of Ag master planning, is that what's in this green box on page 3?
It's a subset of that.
Okay.
I understand the confusion. The $150 million College of Agriculture master planning was actually a line item on our 5-year capital list in advance of what will be on the September board agenda. So the program on the September board agenda will take this project's place.
And so that's a $300 million total for that green box.
That's just the main campus total. There's an additional component of that that's north of campus for a total all-in need of $400 million.
Good to see that. And certainly support all the things I see on there, particularly Waters Hall being part of what we need to get to, hopefully, well, at least eventually. But support the other projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Casey, you mentioned some demolition projects. How many buildings have you identified for raising?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I can speak to the 5 that are included on this list in totality. There are a couple of others which rise to the top. Schellenberger Hall is not on here. Feed Tech Hall is also not on here. Those would be a portion of that ag program as well. You know, beyond that, we do have several others that I think would be good candidates, but I would rather vet that amongst the campus community before I mention any buildings by name.
I understand. So the 5 that you identified here, what kind of cost are we talking for the raising?
All in, we're very near about $5 million anticipated for those 5 facilities.
$5 million, okay.
Yeah.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
I go back a long way to Vince Gibson and Edwards Hall, which I think was one of the first athletic dorms. But what's going to go in that if we demolition that? Well, first of all, how many staff offices do we have there that have to be reassigned? And then what might likely go in there? Will that be additional student housing then?
And those are all great questions. Yeah, initially built in 1967 as an athletic dorm, repurposed twice since then, and now serves as the home for police department, environmental health and safety, and HR. So the total number of offices that need to be relocated, I can get you that figure. I don't have the top of my hand. But the future plans for that site, considering the indoor practice facility that's under construction just on the east side of the stadium, would be to develop that into additional parking. It's a pretty constrained area, and develop a partnership with our athletic program that would also meet their needs.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Casey, thank you a lot for being here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the capital improvement plan for Kansas State University.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, Senator Hawk. Seconds. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we will have the University of Kansas Medical Center, A.J. Woodworth, campus architect. A.J., welcome to committee.
Hello, hello. Well, good afternoon, Senator and representatives. Senator Francisco, I will advocate for you to come back to us for the small scales instead. But kind of similar to what everyone else has presented today, I have our recently completed projects, our projects currently underway, and our future projects. So I'm going to start with at the top left up here, and then that would be the 3rd page. We have our campus master plan, and those buildings are matching, color coordinated, the projects that are colored under the projects currently underway. So Cambridge Garage topping structural repairs. It's simply as the name states. We came through and we were, do you have a copy? You good? We're coming through and we're replacing and repairing some of the structural T-stems. We're replacing the topping slab. So this is all about life safety, pedestrian safety, car traffic being able to move through. Project is completed. The Ord Major Anatomy Lab was a really large project. And since then has had significant positive reviews from students on campus. Frankly, the space that they were in before, cadavers weren't properly exhausted. The smell was getting up into their nose. Now we actually have it properly exhausted. It's a good marketing tool for the university as well. Murphy Front Entry, this is the oldest building on campus. So it's back in the 20s. It's actually about to turn 100 years old right now. Something significant about this is that we didn't have an ADA accessible entry to this building. So we came through and we beautified the exterior. It's a staple building on campus, but also to provide that accessible path of egress all the way around campus. Project's currently underway. So in parentheses back here, I have EBF, deferred maintenance. So it's identifying your funding strategy for this, and then, like I said, color-coded to match the master plan on geographic location. So HVAC controls and energy conservation. This is a multi-building project, so it's several buildings across campus. And what we're doing is we're monitoring the temperature in the buildings. We're determining when to shut off the air handlers. At the end of the day, we're saving the campus and the state several dollars in utilities. Applegate boiler replacement. So with our deferred maintenance, we identified what were the key projects on campus that we needed to tackle. What's the most important building on campus? Well, we're unique in a fact that if you look at this master plan, we're very urban. We're all connected back to our power plant for the most of our buildings. So our heating, our cooling, our electrical all run out of this power plant. And this project is to replace the boilers. That way we can get their past their useful life. That way we have heating for the foreseeable future. With this, the exterior skin of that building, it was a steel, or rather still is a steel structure with glass. It's rusting, at risk of falling down. So we're actually coming back with a metal panel system, not coming back with glass all over an energy center, coming back with something that actually fits properly for the campus. Wesco B and C and Delp F, I'm going to lump together. So these are mechanical, electrical, plumbing guts of the whole entire building and building back, as well as life safety. What I do want to highlight, we're extremely thankful for the EBF funding, the SGF funding as well. But this is a several-year project, and so we're going to come in, we're going to do a floor of a building, and then we're going to come in and do another floor, 2 floors at a time. So this current fiscal year, we're going to tackle one floor, and then we're going to come in, but it's that continued commitment of the EBF that we're thankful for that. Elevator renewals, we're constantly looking across our campus. What needs to be upgraded, life safety-wise for elevators, smoke detection, finishes. So that's ongoing across all of our buildings. Window replacement, obviously it's going to help with our energy conservation throughout our campus. Parking lot and garage improvements. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. We're doing that across campus. The Reflection Center or Major, that is an all-face center. So with the recent add of the proton therapy building, we removed Spencer Chapel on our campus. That was one religious space on campus. So this space is to replace it, but it is an all-face center where everybody can come. And that will have a significant deferred maintenance piece as well. The cardiovascular research office is in Eden. We secured a new researcher for the cardiovascular group, and they're wanting to come in, renovate. They need space for their doctors that's right next to clinic space. So we're going to come in, got MEP, life safety, redo the whole entire floor, first floor. Taylor building demolition. So Senator Billinger, you mentioned asking questions about demolition. This would be our one building that we're planning on demolishing for our campus. And on this second page, you have highlighted Delp F, IT Help Desk, Respiratory Care or Major. Those are the two projects, or two spaces that are currently in the Taylor building that need to be moved over into adjacent buildings. That way we can actually demolish the building. But we have full intention to get Taylor knocked down by this summer. It's an old dorm building that's not useful anymore. Frankly, the MEP systems are just out of date. I'm going to transition to future projects. So the Cancer Research Building and the Brain Health Building, I'm going to lump those together. So we had that on the last year on the list. So cancer and Alzheimer's are our two leading research areas on campus, and they currently share space on campus as well. So us building these two new facilities is going to facilitate that research. Cancer is actually trying to partner with the health system so that we can actually cure the disease. They're some of the best researchers in the nation that are doing this work. KUMC morgue renovation. So what's important about the morgue is we supply cadavers to adjacent universities throughout the state. We also supply cadavers to our anatomy lab. So we're coming back through, demoing out, renovating. We just did the anatomy lab. We're going to do the morgue now. So again, we have no proper exhaust in that space. The Orr Major Master Plan. We see Orr Major as a key building on campus. It's in the educational zone. So we've gone through and we've replanned every single floor. We're currently seeking GIF funding for that. And that's what I want to identify on here as well. Everything private GIF / TBD, we are looking for funding right now. The Clinical Trials Science Unit, that is highly specialized research space. So think COVID research. We're designing basically a centrally scheduled space for specialized research. That way we're not designing one-off space, poorly using space for a research study that could go in for 6 months. Biospecimen repository, that's a central blood bank facility. So our blood bank facility is currently in one of our research buildings, and it's constantly rapidly expanding to the point where we can't support it. And what we're trying to do is say, okay, our research buildings that has wet labs, it's highly specialized. We don't need to store blood there. We can put it in an offsite facility and transfer back and forth because some of these samples are frankly stored for like 10, 20 years. School of Medicine Wichita Health Education Building. So this has been on the list for a year or two now. And something I do want to mention, Emily mentioned the joint partnership on the Health Science Education Center. This project would come off of our list if it is approved on the 418A process. Back to the Applegate Energy Center electrical upgrades. So this would be upgrading our electrical, basically our normal power, our emergency power, and then I'm going to lump together Sutler, Robinson, and Eden. This is all the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, life safety. And again, this is a multi-year project, but we identified these as the next buildings that really need a whole bunch of help on our campus. And then the lead heating hot water, just as it sounds for the project. Miller Electrical and HVAC again, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, life safety. And then parking facility number 6, it's hypothetical right now because what we're trying to determine is how much parking do we need on campus post-COVID. I mean, people are working from home, hybrid, permanently from home successfully. So it's something we're going to continue to monitor. So, but with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, AJ. Questions? Representative Osley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. In looking at this, the map, you know, you mentioned parking and how much do you need on campus? Because I was just wondering, every time I see this map, it seems like there's another building, another project. And how long until you all are landlocked?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So as for our enrollment right now, we're actually pretty satisfied with our enrollment. We see it to the point where the university is not specifically growing that way. We're growing research-wise. So that's the proposal of the new buildings that way. And we're planning on planning just north. Do you see where Hemingway is, Hoagland, Parking Garage 5? To the north of the plan. So we're planning right around that area.
Yeah, because I just know that all around it's, you know, all already developed.
It is, yeah.
And actually seeing this growth just, you know, from this perspective is more than I can see when I'm driving down Rainbow Boulevard. So,
yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You haven't mentioned Bridenthal. I know that there was some discussion about that. Can you?
So we had potential discussion about it being removed. So we're looking at the resource support facility and Bridenthal being potentially removed. So on the first page, I had the cancer building, right?
We're looking at putting the majority of research support inside this cancer building. So with that project, we would eliminate both RSF and Brightenthal.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, AJ.
Thank you very much.
Being here. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the capital improvement plan for the University of Kansas Medical Center.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Senator Francisco. Any discussion, questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next, we will have University of Kansas, Mark Rezick. Probably didn't say that right. Is it Resick?
Reisky, sir.
Ricey, okay. University Architect and Director of Facilities Planning and Development. Mark, welcome to committee.
Thank you, Chairman Billinger, and thank you, committee members. I will confirm that Senator Francisco would be an excellent person to do any small scales at any of the institutions, because she did them for us for many years, and they were probably done as well as they've ever been done. So in her retirement, she can start doing that as a second job. My name is Mark Reisky. I'm the University Architect and Director of Facilities Planning and Development at the University of Kansas. I would first like to express the university's appreciation for your continued support through EBF funds, through additional deferred maintenance allocations in FY23. A combination of those funds, along with the university's matching deferred maintenance funds, will allow us to do significant amount of work and needed deferred maintenance repairs this year. Good news is we have our match. We know where it's coming from. We've already are starting to allocate it to projects. So we'll have roughly $30 million in projects between those three pools of money. Significant data has gone into the sheets you have. Much like everyone else, you've got three columns. You've got completed projects. Those are highlighted by red column. Current projects are blue, and then future projects are gray. When I start talking about projects, I've actually highlighted specific projects in columns just to quicken the presentation. So when we talk about the red column, you'll see red highlighted projects that I'll actually refer to. To determine the projects that we do, much like everyone, we use VFA, which is our building assessment tool. We've had that for 6-7 years now. We use Maximo, which is our work order management system, which we track all our projects that we do on campus through. And then we use our tradespeople that are out on campus every day and value their opinions and have top 10 lists from them. All this information goes into determining which projects show up on this list. And we've got 5-year deferred maintenance lists, we've got 5 to 10, and we've got 10+ deferred maintenance lists that are prepared at this point in time. Many of the projects are similar year to year. Eventually, I know you will all get tired of hearing that we're doing roofs, that we're doing elevators, that we're replacing windows, and eventually we'll make enough headway that you won't hear about as many of those. This year, we are doing an extremely exciting project for the university, and we're doing our master plan update for 2024, and we've started doing that process. That master plan will be developed around Jayhawks Rising and the principles of that strategic plan. Those principles are student success, healthy and vibrant communities, and research and discovery. The master plan that we're doing this year is significantly different than what we've done in the past. And the master plan will consider condition of buildings, future of workplace on campus, historic context of campus, land use and strategic acquisitions and liquidations, current land uses, integration of long-term facility needs, capital investment and budgeting strategies, reduction of footprint by right-sizing, traditional and transitional transparent campus, space utilization and program needs in individual units, all relevant aspects of ADA compliance for the university. To achieve this, the master plan will analyze tens of thousands of pages of current documents, and it's honestly almost 6 figures of pages of current documents that we've sent to our consultant. Student and faculty surveys, focus group information, town halls, KBOR space and deferred maintenance standards, 100 interviews with leadership and departmental groups on campus. Every space on campus has been surveyed, and that's already been done. We're to that point in the process. Campus infrastructure is all being surveyed, so we know the exact condition of our current infrastructure. Town and gown relationships being analyzed. VFA and Maximo will be looked at. Peer institution data, student services, and academic unit accreditation standards. The master plan will provide the university the information tools it needs to grow and excel the next 10 years and beyond, and will provide a comprehensive tool set that allow the university to make even better decisions moving forward for its limited resources. As part of the study, we're doing a KU and Lawrence housing study, so we actually know what our housing facilities need. We're considering recommendations for liquidation of existing facilities. And, you know, I know we've talked about raising facilities, but it's also liquidating facilities. We can actually reduce footprint by not raising, but by utilizing facilities and or selling or leasing facilities. So that's a combination of things that we're looking at for buildings on the campus. The master plan's currently in the discovery phase. Our consultants, Perkins and Will, they've collected most of the data right now. They're going through interviews. First town hall will be in October, and then we'll start analyzing sometime in the 4th quarter of this year. Other highlights of this year's list. So in the red column, recently completed large capital projects. All of our hall demolition, and I showed as recently completed. If you've been to Lawrence, you know there's still a pile of rubble there. We are hauling trucks of rubble off that site as quickly as you can. If you take down a 9-story, relatively large residence hall, it makes a lot of rubble. So we are hauling off the site right now. And then the second project highlighted under large capital is a district chilled water plant. And that plant's significant for us because that plant started just with the failure of a chiller at Hayworth Hall. And rather than replacing just a piece of equipment, we actually built a new plant, secured enough money for that, and now we have some redundancy for all the buildings that it serves. So rather than just replacing one, we've actually made a more viable system for a number of buildings. Recently completed small capital projects. We've got classrooms, Budig Hall, we've replaced seats again, Hayworth and Robinson, we've done auditoriums. This year we'll spend just over $3 million in actual classroom upgrades. All of that is student fee-funded projects, so it's all SIF-funded projects for us. Strong Hall East Wing building envelope repair, we did a small project on masonry restoration on Strong Hall. You'll see that there's a larger project later in the list where we actually are going to do the entire remainder of the building. And I think I get to spend time with Chad tomorrow at interviews for that project. So we've actually got interviews staked for tomorrow for that project. Roofing projects. I know you guys get tired of me talking about roofing projects every year. It seems, you know, we do a lot of them. Robinson Center, Corbin Hall, significant roofing projects for this year. Another thing we do a lot of fire alarm upgrades. Our fire alarm systems are at a point where we're upgrading buildings each and every year. We do at least a significant building each year. The important part of that is all our buildings are self-reporting, self-testing now that we've redone. So rather than have someone go through a building and test every detector, those detectors test themselves multiple times per minute. So we know if we've got a detector that's out of range. That's a significant upgrade from our old systems. Air handler replacements, a lot of old buildings, a lot of 50-year-old air handlers. 50-year-old air handlers are in about as good a shape as I am. So at that point, they about need replaced. So we've got a lot of those coming up. And I'll tell you, I know no one else has touched on this, but air handlers right now are 50 to 60-week lead times. So when you see a project on this list for an air handler, if we ordered it today, next year when I present, we may be able to tell you it's come in. We won't be able to tell you it's installed probably yet, but we may be able to tell you it's come in. And then we started demolition. So the first building that we actually did take down was Pharmaceutical Chemistry Building, which was on West Campus. Marcy may be the only one here that was familiar with it, but it was a fine structure, and it's a fine grassed area now. So it came down last year, and this year, you know, we're taking down Oliver. We're taking down Facilities Administration Building right now, and then we've got another building that should start coming down this fall, which is the Entomology Research Building, and that's a fancy-sounding name for what used to be an old kennels. So if you've got questions about entomology research, it used to be an old kennels on West Campus. The latest thing that's been in it was our collection of flesh-eating beetles, and we had to move them to a safer location, and now it's stated for demolition. Large capital projects currently underway. We've got another chilled zone water district that we're working on. It would actually serve Marvin, Budig, Anschutz, Marvin Studios, Chalmers, Lindley, and eventually EEC with the chilled water plant. Much like every place else we've done zone chilled water, it'll give us redundancy for those buildings. So if we lose a chiller, we'll be able to still maintain cooling in those buildings. That's the significance of the chilled water districts. We've also, on the list of futures, seems like I've turned a page over here. Let's see what I've really done here. No, I know what I did. At least I knew what order these were in originally. Okay. Lindley Hall replaced rooftop air handling units. Once again, air handling units, and I can tell you, we've been without air conditioning in Lindley Hall twice this week so far. We've tweaked it back. We've got it back. This project is actually at the state for shortlisting right now. We'll hire a consultant for it. We'll get this underway. So those air handlers, we're going to have to limp through the existing for at least a year because we won't have the new ones in. Stronghold Tuck Point Clean and Seal, we'll select firm tomorrow and then start negotiations for the firm to design that. Every year we do at least a significant parking lot project, and parking lots are all done from parking fees. So they're all done internally from our parking department. Lot 61 is the one highlighted on here. I could have highlighted other lots, but lot 61 is the one that's highlighted on here. Small capital projects currently underway. Fire alarm systems, again, we seem to do, you know, $1 million, $1.2 million in fire alarm systems every year. Mechanical control upgrades, we've got a number of buildings on pneumatic systems, on old digital systems. They aren't supported anymore for software, so we're having to replace mechanical system digital controls. Electrical service, once again, they get old, you eventually have to replace them. I will tell you, Fraser was on this list and has been on this list, I believe, for 3 years now. We ordered equipment for the new electrical service equipment for Fraser over a year ago. It may be in this Christmas so we can do it next summer. And that means taking down the whole building. So literally the only time we can do that building is in a summer. And that just, you know, is you know, part of the pandemic, part of slowdown, part of shipping. But that equipment will take, at the rate it's going, possibly 80 weeks to get to Lawrence, Kansas before we have equipment in hand. We're doing security camera master plan as well as the other master plan. We consistently do elevators. We do over $1 million of elevator upgrades a year. Chad can tell you he probably gets tired of seeing elevator upgrades coming in for the board president's approval. Re-roofs again, chillers, all the things you're accustomed to seeing, you're seeing on this list. I'll only highlight a couple of the futures just to put your pain and suffering to an end of listening to me for very long. But Wellness Center, we've got a substantial gift that's been committed to. We're working on negotiating contracts for a new wellness center on the Lawrence campus. And this will This will be something that'll be unique, and there aren't very many of on campuses today. This will take our Kansas Health System services. It'll take our CAP, or our psychological counseling services. It'll combine them into a facility with addiction centers and basically be able to better serve the needs of our students. Right now, we've got some of that at Watkins. It's really hard for our students to use those services. There's certain stigmas with the way Watkins is set up that prevents our students from getting services they need. So $42 million project that, you know, we plan on moving forward with fairly quickly. The other part of that is a Student Success Center. And right now, we've got services spread out from one end of the campus to the other. We also have a lot of library space without books in them. So right now, we're proposing Anschu's Science Library would probably be converted to a Student Success Center. And a little over $30 million project, a place our students feel safe already. They love that building. They go to that building. They go to study there right now. We would still have that capability, but we'd have student services there as well. What's not shown, or what I'm not talking about, you know, that is, we'll do $2.5 million in roofing improvements represented on this list. We'll do 2.7 in building envelope improvements, 1.2 in elevators, 3.4 in classroom upgrades, 1.1 in life safety improvements, almost $30 million in mechanical improvements. Some of those are in large capital, so when I talk about Student Success Center, it's redoing all those things. That's included in that $30 million for Anschutz. $10 million in street and parking, and 3.8 in demolition. I've probably spoken plenty long enough is what you're all thinking at this point, so I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Something that I really appreciated hearing was you're looking at possibly selling or leasing facilities that are no longer needed. Would this be like for research, and how else would they use them other than research?
Sure. One very good example is Wesley Building, and Wesley Building is on our main campus. If you know where the Kansas Memorial Union is, it is across the street from the Kansas Memorial Union to the east. And what Wesley Building will be the new home of Evans Scholars. Evans Scholars is a national scholarship program for golf caddies. And Evans says, you want to be an engineer, you're going to go to this school. Well, at the University of Kansas, that building will be converted into housing for those students. It'll house 50 to 52 students. Currently, they hope to open next fall. Right now, there's some abatements going on in the building, but rather than raising that facility, Evans Scholars reached out to the university wanting to know a facility that was available or land that was available. They looked at multiple sites to build on and said, hey, what about this facility? And we've already moved the people that were in it out of it. Our marketing communications, we'd moved some time ago, and now they're working on plans, and we'll start construction hopefully yet this fall.
You mentioned about $30 million in mechanical type projects. How much are you going to see in savings for efficiencies that are so much better, you know, just like the sear on an air conditioner, so forth?
You know, I don't have a good number answer for you, Chairman Billinger. The reality is, on a lot of the systems, our efficiencies will be in our people won't be trying to tweak a system virtually weekly, it seems like. The other efficiency will be is we will get off standalone buildings onto districts and be able to basically maintain a district even if a piece of equipment goes out. That's our goal. I know our university engineer could come up with that number of approximate savings.
I'm just curious, you know,
Yeah.
I just, when you look at it, just like the lighting, you know, you go to LED lighting, and some of the universities are doing that classroom after classroom, and what is the savings? Or may not know the exact dollar, but there's definitely savings.
Yeah, the DDC controls that I talked about will actually probably provide us significant savings because it'll allow us control systems much more tightly. So we'll be able to control setbacks. We'll be able to control daytime temperatures. We'll be able to much more closely monitor temperatures and humidity. And honestly, have our staff not have to go out to tweak things. They'll be able to adjust those remotely from basically a computer station.
Other questions? Senator Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for being here. What was your reasoning for taking down Oliver Hall? And then follow-up question, what kind of shape are your other, some of your other residence halls have been there since I did Boy State back in the 60s. So, and do you have plans to build any new residence halls?
Yeah, so Oliver Hall, that model of residence hall was going to be very difficult to convert to a model that now is readily leasable to students and or our students want. Between the condition of the building, the floor-to-floor heights, and then just the sheer way the configuration was laid out, the viability of the building wasn't good. We initially started with that project. If you'll go through lists probably about 5 years ago, we started as that project being a renovation of that building. And we had hired a firm, and they went through renovation plans, and we worked with our student housing. And gosh darn, it's like hitting your head against brick someplace. You know, it just wasn't going to work. We looked at other viable options. We looked at see if it could be converted into officing. We looked and saw if it could be converted into other program spaces. The uses just weren't there for that building. So at that point in time, you know, our Department of Student Housing said, you know, we'll move on from this one. On that part of campus, we just built Downs Residence Hall. We just built South Dining Commons. We had brand new facilities that were actually connected to it, but hidden behind it. So they were confident that we were pretty good in that place. With regard to what our plans are for building, that's why we're doing a market study with our master plan. So currently, if you look at this year's enrollment numbers, we are very full on our housing. We're 96% full. Our housing director will tell you she never wants to be 96% full again because it gives her no flexibility to move a student, you know, if there's an issue, or if she has to isolate a student because of COVID. It's very difficult. So, you know, ideally we'd be at 92, maybe 93%, so we're above that. What our housing study will look at is what's needed in the Lawrence market, because we're looking at private compared to ours, and honestly, what price points are needed in the Lawrence market. One of our concerns is that our price points are basically having our students move off campus, and then it's very difficult for them to find cost-effective housing off campus. So those two things will be looked at, and then we'll start making decisions on to what will happen.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We should start with the flesh-eating beetles, which are very good at taking a specimen that you're looking for the bones and making it something you can show in your museums and not have any knife cuts, because the beetles do a very good job. So anyway, there is a reason for them. Can you talk at all about the project that the Endowment Association is considering on 21st Street that may include some housing, or are we too early?
Sure. So I believe you're talking about the crossing project. So KU Endowment has done a master plan for the corner of 23rd and Iowa, which goes all the way down to 21st Street. So if you're familiar with West Campus, we've got the Becker Circle, Research Circle, which pharmacy, MRB, Schenkel Structural Biology, those buildings are all within that circle. Well, if you go south of that circle, there were some large park and ride lots. That's what most people would remember from that area. And the Endowment Association has worked on a plan that would be a multi-use plan to help augment our innovation park. So our innovation park's more to the north of the circle, north and west, and the crossing is to the south. The crossing project would be a combination of housing, retail, service type operations. I can tell you right now, if I had endowment here, they couldn't tell you who any of those were going to be occupied. They could tell you they're going to start with roadway and infrastructure improvements. Those will actually, well, those may have started. If I go over there tomorrow, I may have seen some dirt being moved. They've got to do sanitary sewer extension of about half a mile into the neighborhoods to the south of that area with a 30-inch sewer to just do the build out for what they believe is going to be there. I can tell you that the projected plan for housing in apartment buildings is over 1,000 units of housing. Not necessarily student housing, housing for anyone that wants housing in that type of a community adjacent to a campus. And then their hope is to have a grocery store and some restaurants in that area. Right now, if you work in any of our buildings in Innovation Park, you have to drive off campus to go have lunch if you did not bring it with you. So they're trying to bring more excitement, more people in the Innovation Park area and allow it to be a viable place to work and play.
Thank you for that. I think I'm interested in some of these, I think, more innovative approaches to housing and connection with the community. I think Block 22 at Pittsburgh was a great example. I think this is another different way to do that, but hopefully will help the university and the community.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you a lot. Appreciate your being here today, Mark.
Thank you so much.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend the capital improvement plans for the University of Kansas.
I have a second by Senator Francisco. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Just remind everyone to turn in their travel vouchers and remind everyone we're starting at 9 tomorrow. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we start at 9 tomorrow, is there a chance that we could work straight through and maybe be done by 12:30?
You know, I'm good with that too. Is everyone good with just trying to work through lunch? You think we can get, as long as we can get, see if they can do it. Okay. We'll see, and I guess you just send us something that says, yeah, we're going to work through lunch. And if not, when we get here at lunch, you'll know, and we'll try to make it a short lunch, even at that.
We'll make something work.
Okay. Anything else? Seeing nothing, we are adjourned. Thank you all.